My name is Luís Coelho. I'm professor at Polytechnic University of Setúbal in Chemical Engineering Department, and I'm the coordinator of the E³UDRES² project. So I would like to thank everyone for participating in this workshop. This workshop is organized within the scope of E³UDRES² project, which I will present next. I would like also to inform you that the moderator of this panel is Andone from Polytechnic University of E³UDRES². Thank you, Diana, for accepting to moderate this panel. I don't know, do you want to introduce yourself, Diana, please?
Yes, of course. I'm Diana Andone. I'm the Director of Digital Education Department in the Polytechnic University of Timișoara, and I'm the leader of the Work Package 4 in the Ent-r-e-Novators project, which is looking at open science and open education and trying to encourage our communities to use these practices in everyday activity. And this webinar is part of that work package. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. So at the end of this panel, we have 15 minutes for this discussion. We will also show you some questions using the Mentimeter. I would like to ask you to answer these questions. They are very simple questions. So now I will start my presentation. So the objective of this presentation is to present the E³UDRES² project and to present a brief summary of the main results achieved so far. So the name of this project is E³UDRES Cooperating for Excellence and Impact in Research and Innovation. It is a coordination and support action from the Horizon Europe program. The project started at 1st of October 2022 with a duration of 36 months, and the grant amount is about 2 million euros. The consortium comprises 6 partners from the E³ Alliance, the 6 original partners. Now, as Raquel mentioned before, we have 9 partners in our alliance, but we start with these 6 partners. So IPS, Polytechnic University of Setúbal, that is the coordinator of this project, and our package 1 leader. St. Paul University of Applied Science from Austria, our package 2 leader. Marta, Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Science, that is the leader of our package 3. UPT, Polytechnic University of Timișoara from Romania, our package 4 leader, related with these topics of the seminary. UCLL, University Colleges Luyben and Lungu from Belgium, our package 5 leader. And VIA, University of Applied Science from Latvia, and it is our package 6 leader. And the new 3 partners are a section from Netherlands, Fulda from Germany, and Sharpais from Finland. They are not participating in consortium, but they are collaborating so that strategically in the future they are integrated into the project results. That is the objective for the partners. So in our project we have 6 main objectives. First one is to create a common strategy and agenda that unlocks our potential for excellence in research and innovation, to accelerate the transformation into a multi-institutional European Research and Innovation Center for smart and sustainable regions. So we are focusing our regions, for example, in our case, in the region of Setúbal. Objective 2 is about infrastructures. So develop best practices and strategy for pooling research infrastructures, expertise, data, and resources, and collaborating with getting access to other strategic research infrastructures. Objective 3 is about topics of the seminary, develop structured support programs, and to empowering our scientific communities to full embrace open science, open innovation, open education, engaged science, and engaged innovation. The objective 4 is about the human research, the resources for research. So, work to achieve a level playing field in terms of institutional strategies and policies for human resources for research, from which we will be able to address bigger challenges, such as brain mobility, new career assessment, and joint recruitment strategies. So, joint in our all alliances. Objective 5, develop a structured and integrated framework to seamlessly link all our research and innovation ecosystems and E³UDRES² triangle of education, research, and innovation. And last one, 6, along our pathway to build a common research and innovation agenda, be connected with peer alliances and higher education institutions, association, advocacy groups, and policy makers with a view to contribute with evidence-based results to the co-creation of future European education area and European research area for programs to inform better policies. And now I would like to thank other alliances, because in this workshop we have to collaborate. We have the collaboration from other alliances, like in cities, Pedro is here, and of course online there are other participants from other projects, from other alliances. So the expected outcomes from the project, there are 3 main outcomes. First one, development of joint strategies for E³ and I dimension associated with the following transformation models. So we are all on these transformation models. Research and innovation networks, groups, research lines and activities. We are working on this in our package 2. Sharing and gaining access to external and internal, of course, research infrastructures, or package 3. Open science and open education and open innovation, or package 4. Engaging citizens and society, or package 5. And human resources for research and innovation ecosystems, or package 6. So these are the main transformation models that we are working on. The second outcome is the development of joint implementation plans for each transformation model. So we will prepare these implementation plans to be implemented in the future in our universities. And at hand, run some pilots, training and engagement actions programs, and this is one example of these pilot activities. So about the methodological approach, so we have 6 packages. The first one is about management and dissemination. We have 5 technical packages, as I mentioned before. And at the end, objective is to create a multi-institutional research and innovation common agenda based on these implementation plans to be implemented within a period of 5 years after the end of the project. So that is the objective. So we are preparing this common agenda to be implemented in our institutions after the project. The general methodology approach. So in the first phase of the project, we focused on understanding the current position in different topics of different transformation models. We have done comprehensive SWOT analysis to understand our strengths and weaknesses. And now we are in the second phase of the project, and now we are working on to identify, evaluate, and validate strategic options and set objectives and plan implementation. So about our package 2, research and innovation strategy. So we made a very detailed characterization of the current situation. The main objective of this our package is to develop a multi-institutional research and innovation agenda that incorporates E3-Ent-r-e-Novators human-centric and challenge-based approach with a special focus on the further development of European smart and sustainable vision. So we identify the percentage of research working on our research focus areas. So now we understand, for example, most of our research are working in well-being and active aging area. After that, we have the circular economy, and at the end we have the human contribution to artificial intelligence area. So we analyze many data from our research, from the research areas, like the publication by subject area, also the distribution of the research by career stage and work experience. Now we are identifying a new research focus areas, and for the new focus areas, they are very similar for the first areas, but there are small differences, and we identify also the ability to apply the expertise in these different new areas. In this package, we already produced 3 deliverables. One report on E3 R&I landscape after 2 years of collaboration in our alliance. It is a public deliverable, so you have access to deliverable through our website. And we produced also one report on the first survey concerning our internal scientific community. And the second one, second survey, we produce also a report, and this second survey is focused on students, stakeholders, and citizens. These levels are sensitivity, so we cannot share the results, but of course for us, we have very important results in these deliverables. About our package 3, sharing research infrastructures, main objective developing a sharing network strategy based on identify strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, including sub-strategies for sharing policy, technological digitalization and financing issues, and design a network sharing for efficient, sustainable, and actually implemented. So the main objective is in the future we can use all our infrastructures, don't matter if I'm researching IPS, but I can move to UPT, for example, in Romania, and use their laboratories for a while, and after some people from other universities come for our laboratories. That is the main objective. It's not easy. There are many issues involved in these practices, but we are trying to solve this. At this moment, we have the map of our all infrastructures in our alliance. We have done a survey about the satisfaction from our researchers about their infrastructure. So we have a very detailed characterization of the current situation, how our research are using the different infrastructures, the interest of our research to use the other infrastructures from our partners from abroad. So very well characterized situation. We produced 3 deliverables. The first one, open report on current and future situations, strengths and weaknesses of demand and supply of R&I infrastructures and resources within our audience. It's a public deliverable, but we have also 2 deliverables: sensitivity, interactive maps of STEM or indirect resources of our institutions, and the last one, evaluation of the transactional cost of using external and direct resources. So if I need to pay to use a laboratory in, for example, EXPER or other partners, so we need to identify all problems and present solutions to develop our implementation plans. About our package 4, embracing open science and open innovation and open education. Main objective is to developing sharing network strategy based on, this, this a mistake. So the year, the main objective is to increase our knowledge about open science and open education and open innovation, and to promote these activities in our audience. So we also made the detailed characterization how our resources are using this open science and open education and so on. We identified that we need too much training on this. We need to know more about these activities to be able with new obligations in our research activities. And so for that, we need to develop pilot training activities. So it is planned to develop workshops on open science, open innovation, and open education. We have already done one workshop in Romania in March this year, and this is one other workshop organizing in this project. We will organize open science webinars for all audiences, a summer school on using open policies in education and innovation research at our partner UPT for educators, researchers, and research managers, and a mock course on these issues. So if you are interested in participating in the next activities, please follow our websites and our social networks for more information, because there are many activities on it. About our package 4, embracing open science and innovation and open education, the list of deliverables, we produced 2 deliverables, both public, so you have access to our website. First one, report on identified practices, barriers and needs for strengthening open research, open science and technology transfer between partners. And the second one, a SWOT analysis of training offers needs in these issues and development of a training curriculum for providing skills on this and competencies. So this is one example of the training activity developed based on this SWOT analysis. About our package 5, the main objective is to increase our skills engaging citizens and civil society in our research and innovation activities and in our citizen science activities. So, for example, we developed a maturity model for the self-learning engagement competencies of our researchers to increase our activities on citizen science. So that is very important to involve citizens, civil society in our research activities.
Luís, 5 minutes.
Luís, Luís, try to, you are already more over 50 minutes, so try to finish in 1 or 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. So we have 2 deliverables, both public, so you can read these deliverables. About our package 6, 2 main objectives: to define a common strategy for human research and innovation, and also to define a common strategy for development of our research and innovation ecosystems that connect them on national, European, and international level. So we produce different results to understand the current situation. Here there are some examples. We produced 2 deliverables, both sensitivity, as the status report on E3's partners human research for research, and maturity, so again, okay. We produce only the first one, sensitivity, and conclusions about my presentation. So the current situation of E3's audience institutions was described in detail. SWOT analyses were carried out for the topics under study to analyze the strengths and weakness of each institution and the audience as a whole. Based on the results achieved so far, we are working on identifying, evaluating, and validating strategic options to develop implementation plans and the E³UDRES Common Research and Innovation Agenda. We have already started carrying out various pilot training activities in citizen science, in open science, in open innovation and open education. And for more information, please visit our website and follow us on social media. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Luís. It's really a great pleasure, and it's also for those in the room and for those online, thank you. Obviously, if you have questions, you can put them in the chat and we will try to transfer them in the room, because Marta is there keeping an eye on the chat and on everything else, so don't be shy on writing in the chat or in the Q&A if you want any question which you have. At this moment, I will try to share my screen and to show, because we have an activity for everybody, and probably this is the easiest way if I'll share it. Please confirm that you are also seeing it, and also I will kindly ask Marta if she puts the link in the chat. If not, I'll try to do it, and this is for everybody else to try to use this Menti. And the first question should be coming now, and it's this one, which is, do you know about open education, open science, open access, and open innovation? So we are very curious to see at the beginning of this workshop if you are aware of any of the things which we are presenting more or less today, and which we've been focusing quite a lot, some of us for years, and in this project in the last 2 years, 1 year and a half. So I'm very pleased to see that there are several which know about open access. This is always the top into the activities when you have researchers and academics. Open science also, and open education, much less about open innovation. So this is really very, very nice about having this question and knowing about it and so on. So I'll keep the Menti open. I'll stop the share. So if you want, you can keep going on and answering to this, as to be able to present the next speaker, which is a very well known, if I can say that, at least in the open science world, which is Karel Luyben, which is Rector Magnificus Emeritus now from the Delft University of Technology from the Netherlands. But he's very well known as a top research leader and a famous academic, and also the person who is now the president of the European Open Science Cloud Association. Karel, thank you very much for coming again into our workshop. He presented also in March at the workshop which we had in Timișoara. He was supposed to be in Timișoara, but all the planes and everything has made it difficult for him to come. So he's again now live with us. So Karel, please. You need to open your mic, Karel.
Then I open the mic. Now you can hear me,
Yes.
hopefully. Then I start
Yes,
sharing
indeed.
again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your kind words and your kind invitation. I would not have been able to come to Portugal today anyway, because my leg is broken and I'm sitting with my leg up. So it's good to
Good
share.
health.
It's
Yeah, good health.
Thank you very much. Good to share online. I've been asked to say something about the European Open Science Cloud, and I decided to choose as a title the European Open Science Cloud as part of open science for this workshop. Let me first start with the definition we use in the Netherlands for open science. We consider the movement towards more open access, the movement towards more fair data. In data, I mean classical term of data, software and publications, and embedding citizen science in this movement, which we call open science. This is what we would call science as is, or as it was. I maybe should change this slide now, science as was to science as it will be. But there are a number of important boundary conditions in order to make this happen. First of all, the rewards and recognition system we have for our researchers is too much geared towards number of publications and number of citations, and that should be broader and encompassing more. Also education, by the way. So it's not only about open science there. Support and training is needed for the researchers, training of the researchers and support of the researchers with data stewards, for example. The community needs to be engaged in order to get this going. The community in the domain where you're working, the research domain itself, but if you want to move to citizen science, also the citizens need to be involved, as we just heard. Then you need to have a certain amount of infrastructures in order to do these things. And last but not least, policies and regulations need to be in place, preferably in your country. And a lot of work is being done in that direction in Europe. So engagement, coordination, and support of all these actions will hopefully move us to what we call open science, and in other words, science as will be. Important for this movement is the difference between open data which is freely available on the internet, you can find and reuse and use, not necessarily having the essential metadata with it, and fair data, data that are complying as much as possible with the 15 principles underlying FAIR. The main umbrella principles are findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reusability. And of course, if you produce research with publicly funded sources, you should try to make this overlap as much as possible. So you should strive for as well as fair as possible, which is always possible, even if you cannot share your data, and as open as possible. We understand that for privacy reasons, security reasons, or other reasons, not all data can be shared with everybody. Now, what is EOSC? EOSC is the following definition we tend to use. We all know about computers. We know that they can form networks, and these networks together form the internet. And on the internet, over the decades, the past decades, we have seen the World Wide Web develop gradually. These pages offer a lot of possibility, buying things, renting things, learning things. And these, let's say, infrastructure can also be used what we call the fair data. If you make your data fair, and especially if you make them findable as possible, they will most likely be found on the internet. Now, this is a worldwide movement because FAIR has been accepted by G7, G20, the European Union, Canada, the United States, Australia, etc. Worldwide acceptance of FAIR. So this movement, which will take decades, is going on. The researchers make their data more and more fair. So now the question is, what is EOSC? EOSC is what we call the additional we can offer on this web of fair data to the European researchers. So the European researchers, where a lot of work is being done in research infrastructures, where a lot of projects are being financed by the Commission and by the countries, that can offer extra in cross-border and cross-discipline access of those data. It's not only happening in Europe, there is also, next to EOSC, the Canadian Open Science Cloud, the African, the American, the Australian, etc. You could fill the whole alphabet. Maybe they are not named like that, like the ARDC in Australia. They have different names, but basically the similar developments are going on all over the world. This was called by Ursula von der Leyen in her Davos lecture about 2 or 3 years ago, a web of scientific insight. We call it the web of fair data and related services, finding these fair data and offering services to these data, like store, compute, connect, and additional services to analyze the data. It is basically a federation of relevant existing and future data sources, a virtual space where science producers and consumers come together, open-ended in range and content of services, and based definitely on the FAIR principles. That is the underlying set of principles for these data, meeting all the European data requirements and an interaction, as I indicated, with the rest of the world, because science is not isolated to a country or to Europe. What are the ingredients in order to make this happen? Well, some hardware is needed, mainly available at many locations. Software is needed, which is being developed for the first, what we call node, and I will come back to that concept in a minute, which is called the European EU node, or the EOSC EU node, I should say. Protocols for the federation, agreements between the parties forming the federation, and a gatekeeper, an interoperability board, in order to keep track of what is the interoperability and how does it work and does everybody comply with that. The essence, of course, is the fair data. This is the most important part and the content of the system. And you need a governance system to make this run smoothly. And we are discussing as an association with the Commission and with the countries what will be the best governance system after 2027 when the Horizon Europe framework program runs out. What is the position of EOSC according to the European Commission? And this is taken from slides from the Commission. They consider EOSC a cross-cutting data space for research and innovation. They are working on common data spaces in Europe for health, for agriculture, for mobility, for energy, etc. And these data spaces, of which the health one is furthest developed at the moment, the other ones are very much in a starting phase, can be connected, should be connected, all with research and innovation. And EOSC is taking care of research and innovation, and thus could be seen as a cross-cutting data space for the others. So EOSC is the basis for science, research and innovation data space that will bring together data resulting from research and deployment programs, and will be connected and articulated with the sectoral data spaces, the other ones. 10 things EOSC is not. I made this slide because I find a lot of misconceptions about the European Open Science Cloud, and the word itself is already a little bit misleading because it is not a cloud. It's not going to be a cloud infrastructure. It may connect certain cloud infrastructures, it may connect other infrastructures, but it's not a cloud in itself. It's not the same as open science. It will hopefully give an enormous impetus and help for the development of open science, but it's not synonymous to open science. And what I said in the past, but it doesn't exist anymore, it's not the same as the EOSC portal where some services could be found. The EOSC portal was basically a catalog of services relevant. It's also not the same as the EOSC Association, of which I'm the president. So people sometimes call me the president of EOSC. I'm not. The association is an association of stakeholders in Europe, about 250 members or so. And we talk with the countries and with the Commission in order to make this happen. But we are not the same as EOSC. It's not a new research data repository or management system. It's not owning the data. It will help to provide access to the data for the sources it comes from. And it's not a pan-European e-infrastructure. And by e-infrastructure, I mean connect, store, or compute. Yes, it's a European infrastructure, but not an e-infrastructure. And it's not going to substitute any of the data or e-infrastructures. And this is an important remark. It is for research. It's not directly for the researchers. Of course, if we do this for research, researchers will benefit from it. But we cannot connect with 2 million researchers developing this system. So it is a business-to-business type of approach in order to develop this federation, which will help the researchers, hopefully, to do their work more easily, faster, better, and what have you, and especially cross-discipline. And in order to make it a nice list of 10, I said it's not in competition with anything or anybody, but others could feel different about that. It's based at the moment on a Horizon Europe co-program partnership, a EOSC co-program partnership, which was launched in 2021. The size of it is €1 billion, roughly 490 million in projects from the European Commission, and at least 500 million in-kind contributions from our members, which we, by the way, have delivered in the first 2 years already. And the MOU, which is the basis of this, so this MOU, that is the basis of the partnership, is until the end of 2030. The MOU connects the association on the one hand and the European Commission, represented by Anna Panagopoulou, on the other hand, and we have partnership board meetings twice a year. Then the member states come in as an expert group of the Commission. The EOSC steering board, this expert group is called, because many of the member states could not be direct members of the association. So the member states and associated countries collectively represented in our partnership board meeting, where we ask them as observers. And of course, there's a lot of direct exchange of information with as well the Commission as with the member states. We talk to them every 2 to 3 weeks. This is all based on what we call the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. We have written the first one in 2021. And this contains 3 general objectives. One is open science to become the new normal. The other one is to create and develop the standards and tools and services needed for researchers to find, access, reuse, and combine results. And last but not least, to create this federated system of infrastructures, which is hopefully sustainable in the future. This is based on what we call multi-annual roadmaps, and they are written by the E³UDRES² Association, given to the Commission, and they have to take them into account in developing the new program. So we did this in 3 phases, 21-22, 23-24, and the most recent one is 25-27. However, since there will be a new Commission, this was cut in separately 25 and 26-27, for which we are going to update our multi-annual roadmap given to the Commission. So the multi-annual roadmap that is created together with our community, so we do a community consultation, is then given to the Commission that negotiates with the member states and the associated countries for the whole of the Horizon Europe program, of course, but then out of that, part of that is the infra-EOS projects that are, as I said, over a period of 7 years are of the size of 490 million. And the E³UDRES² Association, in its vademecum, has created possibilities for these projects to work together, because the projects are all independent and separately reporting to the Commission. So we have created the possibility to bridge the gaps between the projects as much as possible. Our next step, as I said, will be to deliver the multi-annual roadmap for the year 26-27. A small insight, only 2 slides on that, on how it could look. This is a presentation given by Michael Arendthoff, head of the Unit of Open Science and Research Infrastructures at DG RTD on the Commission, and he presented this slide in June 23 last year, where he said, well, the federative system could be that they have the European EU node, which is being built at the moment, national nodes, thematic nodes, infrastructure nodes. These differences between the different nodes are not very sharp, but contributing organizations that either onboard their services on an existing, and with this we hope and expect that E³UDRES becomes a valuable and valued resource for a wide range of users, from research and education, but also from the public and private sector in the future. Let me show you how we do this in the Delft University of Technology. There we combine the research on data and software training with the graduate school, with the education support center, with the research support units, with the external collaborators, with the faculty, and this is the staff, assistant associate, the full professor, and the PhDs, with the ICT Innovation Center, with the Digital Competence Center we have formed in the university, where the data stewards are, let's say, being for part of their time to work together, the data stewards themselves. And this is done by the research data and software team. They do the creation, provision, and coordination of all this work. So it is definitely a collaborative effort in a university to make this happen. And here we come to the backup slide, and I stop my presentation, open for questions, and I'll send the presentation to you so you can find the backup slides there. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very, very much for this, Karel. It's really been a great pleasure to have you around. And again here, I will ask if there are some questions, either from the room, either from here, from the Zoom. There is none in the chat until now. If not, I will have a question. You had a huge experience on open science and in research incentives. In your perspective, which is the one which works the best for open science, especially in technical schools, as we are the majority of us here?
What do you mean? What is the one that works best?
Which is the incentives of the policy which you can apply, and it's really producing effects. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of incentives you can give to your researchers, of course, but let me mention 2 things I did when I was Rector Magnificus of the Delft University. In 2010, I started by hiring 8 data stewards for the 8 faculties, and I told the faculties that in due time, 5 years later, they had to start paying for that themselves. So they had to replace other positions with data stewards. I always suggest, if you have 20 PhD students, don't have the 21st PhD student, but have a data steward instead of that, in order to help the other that are there already. Another incentive I created is stimulating other researchers by nominating what we call data champions. These are researchers that are doing this by themselves, and they are exemplary for the others, and they are listed as data champions. You can find them on the website of the Delft University of Technology. If you look for data champions, there you can find a number of researchers that are willing to help other researchers to make this step. But it's a whole spectrum of things. It is the library getting them to work together with ICT. It is, let's say, the extra incentives you can get from the government, from the Science Foundation, etc. So it's a coordinated effort in the country, in the university, to make this happen. But these are two examples of things that help. And last but not least, we have changed immediately our rewards and recognition system to include education, research, valorization, leadership, and organizational skills. These 5 dimensions are all evaluated for all the researchers in order to incentivize them also to do open science.
Indeed. Thank you very, very much for this, Karel. That's why I was asking this question, because I knew
you knew the answer. Very good.
Yes, yes, and I wanted to raise the ball for you for this. We have now another mentee, which is, I will just put it in the chat and show it just briefly again, the slide, because these are the mentees, so they will keep going on. Apologies for this. I started not sharing the screen. These are the mentee which are going to keep going, and please keep this in mind, and please also those which are in the chat, please use it and send it, and also for the others, please keep this open, so it will be much more easier for you to do something and really interact with us at least like this. And the next question, as you probably can see, it's what is open science, after Karel's beautiful presentation. So we'll speak about this at the end. I want just to carry on and to introduce now my colleague, Associate Professor Silviu Vert, coming from here, from Timișoara, from the Polytechnică University of Timișoara. He is associated professor. He's very keen in open science and open access. Many years ago, he was a Romanian ambassador for open data and has been also working into that. Silviu, please.
Thank you, Diana, for the introduction. I started sharing my screen, and I hope you are able to view it properly.
Yes, it works.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the practical part of open science, which is the digital tools that we can use. And you can witness the power of open also in my presentation, because I'm borrowing elements and ideas from other presentations which are openly licensed, and combining them with my own insights to be able to deliver the best information for you. We see not too many things on the surface of what open science is. So we can see some presentations during conferences, some social media conversations about the research that is happening around us. But most of the things stay under the water, let's put it like this. Things such as funding proposals, protocols, lab notebooks, and everything that is a little bit, as always, messy and not linear in our research. Simply put, open science is the right to use, reuse, modify, and redistribute scholarly knowledge. As we will see, open science has a lot of aspects, and we will touch on some of them. But what is important is that we can comprehend what open science is about. We can talk about general things like open access and open data, but we can also talk about very niche things like bibliometrics, like governmental policies, like open reproducible research, and others. What is open science? Well, it's open for participation, so no barriers. It's citizen science and it's error-friendly culture, amongst others. Open science is also open to use and reuse. That means open access both for people and for machine. That is very important, and other things like open licenses and full documentation of the processes. But open science is also open to the world through translations, through plain language explanations, and generally participation in public debates. When we talk about opening up the research workflow, we are talking about all the steps that are involved when we do research. That is preparation, discovery, analysis, writing, publication, outreach, assessment, and then again the circle begins. For each of these steps, we have some tools, method, processes to open it up, which were already studied and are available in the literature. I would like to show you both on broad picture of the digital tools that you can use in each of these steps. These are some of the tools. Each day new tools are showing up, and we will talk and I will present one tool from each category, so maybe you can take some practical ideas back home. So for example, when you are at the beginning in the searching and researching phase of our process, we can borrow some ideas from the Rio platform, where other researchers like us have published their grant funding proposals. We can see some ideas there, and also we can publish our own funding proposals to get constructed feedback on them and disseminate our ideas. We can also use, of course, the very popular platform Zotero, which is a bibliographic management platform. And not only that, we can use it to manage our own references, but we can publish scientific literature and citations and references in public groups that other researchers can join, can insert references from these public groups, and we can get inspired by each other. Another interesting platform for the search phase is Hypothesis, which we can use to comment and add information and annotations on everything that is web-based, so we can easily talk to each other and reference people to a specific part of a web page that we need to be able to research. As Predicted is a very interesting platform which boosts the credibility of our work, because we can pre-register our study. We can say there that we are expecting the study to be like this and to obtain this kind of outcomes, and others can do as well, and we can get inspired about the work of others on things that usually are not really public, things like what we expect to happen during the study. We usually talk about this only when the study ended. Zenodo is another well-known platform where we can find papers, but mostly open databases, open data sets that we can study and then reference in our work. And of course, we can also publish there our own work for others to be able to cite, reference, and comment on it. We are slowly going to the writing phase, for example, publishing our code if we are working with software code and algorithms on the GitHub platform, and also borrowing openly licensed code from there. We can join the open notebook science through activities like this, and we can use such platforms to write down in a public way everything that we do during our research process, all the messy stuffs, the ideas that we have, so things that we observe, And it's very important for others to be able to join our thinking process, to see that work is not linear for the others, and can borrow ideas and comment on them, and steer our research process in a way that helps everyone. We can use the protocols.io platform to be able to find methods and methodology that others have published and have thought about, and we can also publish our own methodology, and we can comment and get feedback on it. Atorea is a platform together with Overleaf and other platforms like this that helps us a lot in the writing process. You can work collaboratively, basically just online. You can use all sorts of tools that these digital tools put forward to be able to get over the writing step more quickly and efficiently. If you are working with code, you can use the Jupyter platform where you can put code, run it, and share it with others. Slowly going to the publications step in our research process, we can use platforms like Archive, where we can put our papers, drafts, and others can openly download and comment on them, and we can get feedback, and also we can see what others are working on. There are such platforms as PubPeer, where we can publish our work and others can talk and debate and leave comments, a pub style, very social media-ish. Going forward to the publication process. So we think about, okay, I have this papers written, I have some drafts probably that were commented in and I received feedback, and now I'm looking towards open access journals and where I can publish my work, and you can find a lot of these open journals in the directory of open access journals, along with the criteria and how open they will be and what they offer. We can use the very well-known tools from Creative Commons platforms to decide how we are going to open our research, and also their search tool to be able to find other openly licensed work. We can use the Figshare platform, also well-known, to be able to publish our own data sets in a way that they can be downloaded, studied, used by other researchers, and referenced. Where do we disseminate? How do we do outreach for our research in an open manner? We can use social media platforms like former Twitter to talk about and publish our research. And we can assess how well we did the research using platforms such as Altmetric, when we can see how many people talked about our research, when and where. Why should you do this? Why should you do open science? Maybe two broad reasons. One, because you are required at this moment by some funding institutions, institutional, national open science policies, but also because it feels good and you contribute to a better world and you help solve problems, find collaborators. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Silviu. It's been really a great pleasure to have you speaking about the open tools once more, because I know this is also your passion, and where you really consider that it's a lot of things to be done and where it is important. I don't see any questions here. Is only a comment which is coming from Isabel Pireza online, which is open science is an issue that is very important to the higher education libraries, obviously. The possibility to change knowledge and experiences between E³UDRES members will be very interesting. To do job shadowing weeks for librarians and the libraries of the Alliance should be a good practice. So I'm just putting it out loud also for those which are in the room, so they can also read and know what we are speaking about.
Very good ideas, Isabel. Yes.
Good. There is another question in the Menti, which is now active. I'm just leaving it like that to move forward and to introduce Professor Radu Vasiu, coming from the Polytechnical University of Timișoara, again, from Timișoara as myself. And he is going to speak more or less about the experiences of open science and open access in our university. And he is the former president of the Senate of the Polytechnical University and chair coordinator of E³UDRES and also of the Ent-r-e-Novators project in our university. So Radu, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I already shared my screen in order to get a couple of seconds less for the presentation. So our speech today will be organized regarding the experiences in our university in open science and open access, but also in open education in general. I will have to do the whole speech because my colleague Luyben is now in Italy for a conference. It is at this moment exactly the final session, so he will not be able to join. But I will try also to do a brief presentation of his part of presentation. I don't want to start again with too many theoretical fields. We already discussed and we know what it is, open science. There are a lot of things. I just wanted to have in these slides the principles of open science. And if it is to speak about different topics in that, you see that there are very, very many things, let's say like that, which should be addressed, because there are some small details which need to be organized if you want to really have an open science experience. On the other hand, one of the tools which can be used if we want to provide open science through open access, it is Creative Commons. I think this is already widely known, and you know which are the attributes which have to be given to a specific paper or the presentation in order to be able to reuse it and to do something more with it in the field of science and research. On the other hand, Silviu just mentioned something that sometimes you have to do open science and to provide those tools. And I would like to say a couple of words about the European Open Science Cloud, which is one of the policies of the European Union, that the results which are obtained through research grants, which are funded by the European money, should be publicly available to all the public, to all the citizens, because in fact they are the ones which in a form or another have paid for the research. And this is something which, without getting into too many details, was a discussion over many years regarding the double funding, because usually you are getting some money to develop research or to write articles and then to publish them, and some other money in order to read what we publish, which is double funding. And it was stated not only in Europe, as we might have the impression, but it has started from the United States. And it was a movement against the big publishing houses which are doing a business from publishing. So this is the place where the platform is available on European level, and normally all the research results should be available there. In fact, it doesn't happen all the time, because there are always different things which are not according to the GDPR or to the other property rights things and so on. But it is a movement which is going on, and I think it will be finally done. One thing which should be regarding is the fair policy, which is about the resources to be findable, to be accessible, to be interoperable, and to be able to reuse the data. This is one of the main things which has to be kept in mind when developing some open tools. So going a little bit further, I will go directly into some examples to see how this policy has been implemented in our university. And the main entrance point for using open resources is, as it should be, the library of the university, which is accessed by all the staff, by all the students, and sometimes even by people from externally the university. So we have an institutional digital repository where you can find digital information from different works done, not only those which have been submitted directly to the library, but also those which are, let's say, collected from different other repositories. You can search by looking for a scientific article. You can search by using diploma thesis or dissertation thesis of students. So this is already a huge step forward in avoiding plagiarism and other connecting things. It might be also stressed now with the use of artificial intelligence in providing thesis and so on, but it is something that need to be done. You can also search for PhD thesis and you can find information. So this is one example which Silviu might recognize because it's about his thesis, which is available digitally on the library of the university. These are also about different publications, periodical publications like research journals and other things done by the university. You can also search regarding to a name, and I was giving just my example because I didn't want it to get into other personal data from other people, because as you see, only collected from different resources on the internet. You can sometimes find the birth date, sometimes even the address and telephone numbers and so on from different people. So it depends where did you put your information available on different things, but these are collected from different things. I haven't been asked to review or to do something for the text which is available on the library site. On the other hand, you can search a topic, and you have here an example of a search using multimedia, or you can search by an author, which again, I used it with my name just in order to illustrate that simply using by the family name might not give you the best results, because none of these works is mine, in fact. So there are some other people which having the same family name, so you need to restrict a little bit the search, even by using the first name or by using the field or things like that. On the other hand, you need to be aware that sometimes the university should publish their own bulletins and the research reports on open access. And this is an example which is not, let's say, one of the main subjects of the university, because it is about transactions on modern languages, but we have a department in the faculty for languages and communication. And they have this bulletin, which is also available online. And you can also see the full list of journals which are published in open access by the university. This example here with MasterCom, it is about the students' dissertations when they finish the master, so you can also search them. One of the best known journals which already has an international quotation on that is the Journal of Electrical Engineering, which works as an open access journal for more than 12 years now. So it is already a policy for that. I would also like to comment a little bit about the development of open science and the open access model. And I would say that the main point which get a full development of that was a crisis, was the COVID crisis, when all the resources have been made available for free in order to speed up the research in different things. And it happened especially for the works in medical sciences. But at the same time, there are some negative aspects, and the governments, it is only given the example of the US government because it is from an article which has been published by Los Angeles Times, are not very well known for being accessible and for being very open with the information. So there are different models on that. The main publishing houses have been using policy on open access during the crisis, which proves that in fact those moments of crisis are pushing forward some of the movements. And one of the criteria of that have been that the discussions between universities and the main publishing house became quite strict and quite important in the last years, because many of the big universities are no longer willing to pay so huge amounts of money to the publishing house. And they proposed at least the model for the payment which they give for the access, and you see that it is something about $11 million, but they want also to have the publication taxes included in that. It was not accepted at that moment, but now, this moment, there are already discussions about that, and we started receiving from, not from the bigger, but from some of the publishing houses, this sort of proposals. So these are, let's say, the main things. One more idea is that articles which have been written about the crisis during that time immediately have been raising up a lot of citations. If you see here with an example of one of our researchers, one of his papers get more than 600 citations very quick after being published during the crisis. Another one received more than 300 and so on. So there are quite big demands. Of course, there are a lot of debates. This is the part which Livy was supposed to propose and to present, but I will try to do it a little bit. So it is a part about pros and cons, open access, and between the pros, there were already discussions taking place even today, so I will not get into more detail, but you will have the presentation. Between the contrasts are different discussions which say that the new journals which are open access are not having the time to get an impact factor so quick, so it's going to be a problem for the researchers which need some metrics in order to get access to research funding and so on. There are also discussions about predatory journals, and this is, let's say, one of the main discussions and debates on international level about that, and I will try to get a little bit into that, because if you see from these slides, there are an increasing numbers of open access articles, and what it was said from many people is that from the MDPI, the increase was 51 times, and many are considering that as a predatory journal. At the same time, the publishing times should get shorter, and there are open access journals which are really realizing that. While the fear of having too many papers by the same editor, it is quite a problem, especially because they are organizing a lot of special issues. But of course, there is a debate here. If you just look to the figures, it looks that it is a stress that probably the review process is going too quick and without the proper quality. But on the other hand, the special issues are in very demanding fields, in very dynamic areas where you don't have proper journals which are, let's say, there for years. If, let's say, for mechanics or for chemistry or something, you have journals from the 80s in fields like artificial intelligence, like blockchain or things like that, you don't have any journals. So you need to have something, and the idea of special issues of this is quite welcomed. And this is something which should be also taken into consideration. There are different publications which are already in the Web of Science core collection, but there are also fears about the Web of Science because there are sometimes processes which are controlled mainly from China and which are taking control to many journals. And this is something which is, let's say, quite a fear, and the policy of having quite a lot of corresponding authors, which is something quite common in chemistry, for instance. I saw even articles with more than 30 co-authors, which is not very, very good. Some are proposing very strict measures according to their policy against the so-called predatory journals. In my opinion, it is still a discussion if they are really predatory or not, because if you see, there are delisted publications also from the very huge names in publishing, not only from Indavi in India or from China. But this is something which will be still there in the future, and we'll see exactly which are the results. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I am happy to try to answer.
Yes, indeed. We've been having several comments also in the chat and so on. If you would like to answer to them, please do that in the chat. But as we're running late, we'll keep all of this for the session after that. And it's really my big pleasure to welcome now Tassilo Pellegrini. Yes, he's here. I was looking for you online, Tassilo. Tassilo is a very well known also people in our community, in our E³UDRES community. If I can say that, he is professor of the Fachhochschule from St. Pölten, which is the leader in the E³UDRES Alliance, and he's the head of the Research Institute on Digital Business and Innovation, and he's been working quite a lot in the area of open science and open data. He's also quite an entrepreneurial mind, and he's the co-founder of the Semantic Web company from Vienna, and editing a lot of things in the semantics web. And this is probably also what he's going to speak about today. So Tassilo, please.
Thank you, Diana, for this very nice introduction. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, and just give me a minute to go to my slides. All right. I'm terribly sorry, but I hope you can still hear me, but it seems...
Yes, we can hear you and see you, but the screen is not yet entering.
Yeah, it seems as if my machine just crashed. I'm very sorry. By starting the presentation, something... yeah. It's now recovering. Just a minute. Yeah, thanks God. So... where is the button? So, okay, I hope my presentation is
good.
It's visible to you.
Good, good to go.
Good. So, yeah, I will address a special topic that is often a little bit overseen or even maybe neglected in the area of open science. It's about the management of open licenses, especially from the perspective of using it as a building block of open science ecosystems. So what is generally the problem that we are facing here? There is a lot of data available out there on the internet or in some kind of open repositories that are accessible via the World Wide Web. And what we have also heard several times already, fair data principles have become something like a governance mechanism that helps us to make accessibility, findability, also processability of this data to improve on this. And also we see various initiatives that have started to incorporate these principles. So we see here a process of standardization going on, not just from an organizational and conceptual level, but also from a technological level. And this is actually the perspective that I want to raise here, that we need technologies, that we need infrastructure to make this vision and this mission of open science ecosystems work. And yeah, and basically turn them into something that is feasible and integratable into existing cultures and also exploitation infrastructures. So what is the basic problem that we have been addressing with our approach towards open science? And this, I think, it becomes pretty obvious when we once look at the daily routine of a researcher. And this is basically that you usually do something. So you produce some kind of text, you produce some kind of data, you produce some kind of application, for example, so some kind of code. And what you do, you don't do this from scratch, but you're reusing a lot of stuff. And the first question that comes to your mind as a researcher, also as a developer, is naturally, is it feasible what I'm planning here? So it's about makeability, doability. It's basically about finding a solution, a practical solution, also a ethical solution to a problem you're actually addressing. But once you dive a little bit deeper, you very soon realize that all this stuff that you are reusing usually belongs to somebody by default. So there is an owner, and this owner defines specific conditions under which you can use these resources that are relevant for you. And once you dive into this topic of actually usage rights or licenses, then the question changes from is it feasible to is it allowed? And we know what happens if you do not address this topic properly. It comes with specific problems that you might face and that are becoming more and more prevalent, especially also in the area of open science, which is you might face warning notices if you neglect or if you simply oversee rights clearance. You might face restraining orders, cease and desist orders, claims for damages maybe even, and of course often this is associated with lawyer fees and court costs. So how can we tackle this problem and how can we make progress on this? So generally, usually the approach is, open licensing is about open licenses. And an open license from a normative approach is open means anyone can freely access, use, modify, and share for any purpose. And usually this model is covered with public domain licenses, or maybe licenses, attribution licenses like CC BY or similar. The problem is that the reality is a little bit more complex. So if we look at it from a realistic perspective, there is basically a pragmatic approach to openness, which can be ideally something like public domain or permissive licensing. And then there is also something like weakly protective licenses, strongly protective licenses, most commonly known in the area of open source, GPL, for example. And of course, then there's the proprietary world. So from this, basically the problem stems that we have to deal with a quite large heterogeneity also of open licenses. And to give you some practical examples with respect to open science practices, it's, for example, you need to answer a question like, can I use a picture license under CC BY non-commercial in my open access publication that will be available under CC BY? If there is anybody here who can also answer this question, I congratulate you, but usually this is not the case, and this is really a simple one. Or another thing could be my data set is compiled of free sources providing data under MIT, Apache, and ODBL. Can I use this data in combination? Or I've created a new software containing some Apache licensed components. Can I republish this software under a GPL license because I want to make it available on the copyleft scheme? So without giving you the answer, I just want to raise the problem here. Usually, when you're a little bit advanced in this area, you know there are these compatibility matrices that we can refer to, like here the compatibility matrix of Creative Commons, or also similar matrices for open source, which allow you to, at least if you have a one-to-one matching between a license, you can do this. But what do you do if you do not just have two licenses that need to be compatible, but maybe a dozen of licenses or maybe hundreds of licenses that need to be compatible? So we see these matrices become rather dysfunctional really fast. So we must do better. And once you dive into this topic and you make the next step, then additional questions arise, like what is the best license for my work? Can I use components in combination? How do various licenses differ? They might be identical or synonymous, but in the end, there are specific differences in them. Can I change the license of my work? Maybe it's also reasonable to create a personal license for your work, maybe for marketing purposes if you want to. Or how can I reduce the license costs? How can I keep track of my license portfolio? And finally, of course, in education, how can I teach my students about licensing information and licensing practices? Yeah, so we were eager to address these problems with a solution. And to do so, we invented the DALIC framework. So DALIC is an abbreviation, stands for Data Licenses Clearance Center. You see the URL here, and I just want to say in advance, this is an open source tool. It's freely available. It's available on GitHub. You can find the source information later on, and you can use it. You can grab it. You can do with it whatever you want. But our ambition was to create this tool as a building block of an open science infrastructure that especially addresses the problem of license clearance. So who did we do it for? These are just some visualizations about our service. But first of all, it's for researchers, software developers, and data engineers that basically want to get informed and solve the issue of license clearance by themselves right in advance without necessarily being dependent on the lawyer for doing this. But it's also for libraries and research organizations who usually are the institutions that basically are responsible for this kind of license clearance and hosting the data or the artifacts that are being produced. Another group that we address with this tool are, of course, in-house lawyers, also within a university, for example, in case that some kind of issues arise or some kind of license clearance is necessary. Then it's about data and software sharing platforms that can use this kind of licensing information that we provide in our technical format for improving simply the findability, for example, of data sets of publications that are published under a specific license. Of course, it's also about product managers and sales personnel that are into marketing of digital artifacts. Finally, it's about compliance solution providers and, of course, law firms that are dealing with such topics. So you see, DALIC is addressing a problem that has a lot of stakeholders, that is relevant to a lot of stakeholders. And now I want to give you a little bit of an idea how we basically did this. So first of all, when you get a license, you can easily represent this license from the perspective of a so-called deontic logic. So a license contains permissions, prohibitions, duties, and some other kind of data that is necessary to formally create a license. So, for example, provenance data or usage, especially usage rights that you want to attach to a specific license. And then you can basically represent such a license in a well-structured and uniform manner by applying vocabularies that are available out there, that are open, that are accessible, and that come with a specific degree of expressivity that allows you to represent these topics like permissions, prohibitions, and duties in a machine processable manner. So we stick here very much to the principles of a semantic web, to the principles of semantic interoperability, and we use these engineering principles to basically create this kind of solution. And so basically, the next step is then that we can create such machine-readable representations of what is written in a license. And this is basically the semantic processing of licensing information. And what you see here is a link that I can provide to you, where we provide a very good documentation of how we did it, what kind of vocabularies we use, and how these licenses are basically represented. So again, this is also part of our open source initiative, that also this data is made publicly available under an open license. Yeah, so what is basically the result of all this? So as you can see, there is the Dalek framework available. This framework comes with end user services on the one side that can be used on an intuitive manner. I don't know if we have the time to look at it, but actually I don't also have to walk you through this. You can all find this online. And beside the end user services, we also provide a big bunch of APIs that you can use for integration into your own systems. So it's out there, it's proven, it's quality approved, it's also quality assured by a law firm. So what you get there are valid results that you can use for your own purposes. Maybe just as a side note, we also have a lot of forking going on GitHub. We just recently had a workshop with Bitkom in Germany, who basically will use our framework for hackathons to advance on this and also provide this solution in a customized manner to the members of the association, of the German IT Association, Bitkom, which is of course a huge success and a huge, let's say, proof of concept of what we do here, basically for all people working with digital artifacts. Yeah, and to come to the conclusion, so what is the takeaway here? So understanding usage rights and the dependencies stemming from specific licenses is crucial in performing open science. And as we have already heard, also from Karel, for example, a support infrastructure is needed to tackle the legal, organizational, and technical complexity of rights clearance. And this is basically what we try to do with Dalek. But licensing is widely overseen and neglected as an issue of open science. So we are dealing here with a very, let's say, trivial premises that often do not reflect reality. So raising awareness is very, very critical in this respect. Then the problem, a further problem is licensing information is often not comprehensively presented or even available. So things are being published without appropriate information, how you can use this, what you can do with this, or simply this information is provided in a manner that anybody knows anyway what are the terms of a CC BY license or a GPL license or an Apache license. Then support tools for license clearance are definitely needed. So there are some solutions on the market. Most of them, those that are really performant, are proprietary. So we need open tools to do this. And the technical processing of licensing information is hard. So it's complex. So this is not a trivial task. And also tackling this is definitely a challenge. So basically, this means new approaches are needed in the technical processing of licensing information, putting an emphasis on the aspect of semantic interoperability, so that this information can be spread widely and integrated into a lot of other usage scenarios that might be relevant when it comes to licensing. And this is not just the academic sector, not just the scientific domain, but also a lot of other domains. Think of sustainability data from companies that needs to be available under an open license, or any other kind of collaborative efforts where we engage in open innovation practices. And finally, just let me move the controls. All this information needs to be available in an interoperable and machine processable manner, because this is basically the precondition that opens up completely new ways of dealing with licensing information in general, and to incorporate the licensing information into service design and service management. And this is currently not the case. Yeah, this is basically my message that I want to contribute to our workshop today. And I thank you very much for your attention at this point in time. And as I see, I'm very proud also to show you that we were quite successful with our Dalek framework in the meanwhile, with some awards that we acquired for this, and we keep on working on this topic. And now I give back to Diana, and thank you very much for the question.
Yeah, thank you very, very much, Tassilo, for this. It's really been a very good presentation again, with a lot of insights and a lot of information, and coming with a lot of data as usual. I will kindly open now the floor for the panel discussion, and until I will also share the results for the Menti. But until then, we had quite several talks around here, also about which was coming immediately after Karel presentation, about the main strands towards open science of the member states and the participating stakeholders, and beside of the financial part, and is it everybody open and cooperative? Because as we are presenting now here, it might sound that everybody wants to use it, and not really. So if I know Karel, unfortunately, because we were running late, he needed to leave. But if Radu, Silviu, Tassilo, you want to comment on this, how eager are people to really be part of this, I will be very, very happy. So anybody who wants to say something?
I lost a little bit the overview over the open questions. Could you please?
So the question was if everybody is happy and really willing from the member states, even in our alliance, to participate in open science projects or in open access, and if there are any incentives which you can give. I've been asking Karel about the incentives, and he gave very good examples which Tailblazing have done in the past. So if we can speak with that, that will be great. If not, if you don't have any opinions about that, it's quite a difficult question. I need to say that is because it's not really easy. So I will just go back, for example, to the questions. Probably, I don't know, do you see my screen, hopefully? And I will just comment a tiny bit that the numbers are getting similar. Open access is the first, which people know and use, and then it's open science, and then open education and open innovation. As I said, if any of the speakers wanted to comment on this, would be good. The next question and the results from the Menti came about what is open science immediately after Karel's presentation. And quite a lot is a lot of words, which is quite, I need to say, surprising in a bit, because usually you have open and free and like it is here, available and so on as the main words. But I'm quite, how to say, open to the thing that if I cluster the words a tiny bit, I have an AI tool which used to do this, but I haven't activated it. I see cooperation and collaboration in different ways coming up. And this is probably one of the things which is also quite important for open science, which should not be only missed out, considered with open access. If anybody else wants to speak or say something about this. If not, I'll move to the next one, which was about the open science tools, which you usually use. The next question, and here you can see that Zenodo and GitHub are really dominating, and they are really the tools to be used. I'm very surprised that Pabier and Figshare has not been mentioned by anybody, and also a tiny bit surprised that Doage is not really high, because that's quite a tool where everybody goes if they want to see about an indexing or anything about an open science journal or publication and so on. So that's quite a bit surprising, I need to say. And again, there are quite a lot of people which have been saying that they use other tools, and also which they can list, but I can't really see in this format. And also that 4 of us were saying none. So this is more or less the results coming from the Menti part of the activity. And in the chat, there were several discussions about multiple publications and publications into the journals, open access journal. And I want to say something about what was coming also as a question about the suggestion on ethical issues that need to be changed in your research according to fair guidelines. I don't know, somebody wants to comment on this? If not, I'll point it out to you. Tassilo, do you want to speak about this?
Yeah, I think there is already an answer there anyway, that fair is not necessarily attached to technical issues, to ethical issues. It's definitely from a conceptual perspective a technical issue that FAIR is addressing, like what kind of metadata shall I use to make my data findable? How can I attach permanent identifiers to make it persistently available? All this stuff. So this is basically the formal and technical dimension. And I think this is also important. It doesn't influence in any manner what you basically research. So it does not influence the topic, and it should be that way.
Okay, perfect. I will move now more or less towards the end. We'll keep this session to this first session, obviously, for everybody, because we might lose some people. Sometimes it's happening. So if you want, I will put already the feedback form in the chat, and also anybody else can also get it. So if you don't intend to come back after the break, please at least complete the feedback form for us. And I'm really looking forward to see you in 10 minutes from now. So it's to my time, to the Portuguese time is 10 o'clock, 11, sorry, apologies, 11 o'clock. Let's take a break of 10 minutes, and then we'll be meeting online. We are running late. Hopefully we will be able to recuperate. I've shortened my presentation for the second slot, but we started a bit late also. So looking forward to see you in 10 minutes from now. Okay, so at past 10, depending on which time zone you are. This session stays open, so you just need only to come back.
Thank you, and see you soon.
Welcome back. We are going to start our second part and our second panel. We have to change the order of the speakers of this panel. And we will start with Joana Boavida-Portugal instead of Sílvia, because Joana has to be at another workshop at 2 p.m. and she has 2 hours drive to the place where the other workshop will be held. So we will start with Joana Boavida-Portugal. She is a researcher in marine biology from Marta, Marta is a Marine and Environmental Science Center at the University of E³UDRES, and she will speak about the data integration platform at ARNET Associated Laboratory. Thank you, Joana.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation of being here. I'm a researcher from MARE. MARE is a center that has very institutions. I'm from the University of E³UDRES, but we have several institutions across Portugal. Now we have the institutes where we are the new member of MARE, but we have regional units in Coimbra, in Lisbon, in University of Nova, in Lisbon, and we have at we have two in Lisbon in the School of Science and the Psychology University. We have an E³UDRES and we have in Madeira. So we have a broad national coverage regarding to aquatic science. And ARNET was an associated laboratory that was created together with MARE and CIMA, which is from Algarve, and CBMA, which is the institute from the north of Portugal, near Minho. So we are an associated laboratory with a huge coverage at the national level, and with a huge number of researchers. We are talking about 760 more or less researchers at the national level in the associated laboratory. With the creation of the laboratory, some of the questions that arose was how can we integrate the works developed in the different centers, and that this was something that we already have think within MARE, but when we increase the number of institutions, it becomes more difficult to foment the interactions between the different researchers and also take advantage of the different research and resources that we have at the different institutions. One of these resources being the data that it's collected and created within the different institutions. And how researchers in Algarve can be aware of what is being done in Madeira or in Minho. So that was something that we start thinking, and since I work with models that depend on other people's data, I was sensitive for this question during my PhD. I used lots of public data. And so I was already interested in this area. So we created a group within ARNET to discuss these subjects. And one of the aims within this group, which is a recent group, it has more or less 1 year, 1.5 years, was how can we create a platform to integrate all of these different data. And so I had some, within MARE, we have some funding devoted to recent PhDs to come with small projects to benefit MARE. And I was awarded with 2 of them over the last years. And the aim of this, it's called a mini grant. And the aim of this work I have been doing was try to understand what is the data that we have within MARE community, because it might seem strange, but within MARE we are 500 researchers. and we don't know the different kinds of data that we have, because people that work with fishes and biological parameters are different from the ones that work with more physical parameters. And so there are several kinds of researchers. And so the first question was to try to see what is the data that we have within MAR. So after I've done that work and tried to understand, when I get into this group of trying to get this platform, we know what is the object that we have here. Supposedly, we know that we have lots of different kinds of data, as I will show you, and several institutions have different platforms to provide to researchers, different conditions to save the data of the researcher. So the reality between the different national centers is really different, because it really depends on the institution itself. It's not standardized within the different institutions. So the objective with the platform for ARNET is to try and make it more standard. So every researcher within the ARNET community can have the same conditions to store their data, to be possible to share the data in open formats, to have this data now to be with the FCT changes in the regulations. And Horizons already had this demanding of sharing the public data, but now FCT is going to ask this also. And this is really a time for change in the mindset of the data that we publish. So we start with trying to get to researchers and try to understand the kinds of data that we have within the ARNET community. So we did inquiry, online inquiry to all the researchers, and I'm going to give you some examples of the huge universe that we are calling, and it's very diverse. So we have data, biological data, that it's occurrence of species, abundance, density, lots of biological data itself. But then we have data, physical data, chemical data, microbiological data, and other kinds of data with images from drones, from topography, so several kinds of data. And the data itself is aggregated in 7 different formats. So we have data that it's geo-reference data, we have time series, we have vertical profiles, we have rasters, we have several kinds of different types of data. One of the things that one of the objectives that I had within one of my mini grants was to try to get standard formats for the researchers, because one of the problems that researchers were indicating when I tried to get data from different researchers to publish the data that was stored sometimes in drawers, we have really valuable old data, mainly from older researchers that during the PhD did some works, and at the time there were no the computers and all of the things. So in a climate change scenario, this kind of data is really very important. And there's no one to do the work, there's no time. So there were several problems that were indicated by the researchers, but one of the main problems was that every researcher had that data in a specific format. So to give the data in the format that we were asking to publish the data was time consuming. So we were thinking that maybe we could have some kind of standard format within the ARNET community, it will make it easy for the sharing of the data. But then we are talking of different kinds of formats, because we have several kinds of data. And then the time extension of the data is also very dispersed. We have data that is collected in a moment, and we have the data that it's collecting over multiple years, and we have also climate data. The group, the CIMA group in Algarve, they work with the climatic models. So it's a very different kind of data in terms of time span, but also in the space that occupy and the demanding of the storage that is needed for this kind of data. And in terms of special distribution of the data, it comes from points to global kinds of data. And then we try to assess the necessity of the space that we will need to create a platform to deposit this data. So we have to classify the data that we have at the moment and how it's projected to increase, because we don't want to build an infrastructure that will be obsolete in a matter of years. So we try to characterize the data in terms of the size of the data and the projected increase, estimated growth of the data over the years. And so most of the data that is not really space demanding, but then again, some of the data, especially the climatic data, it's really demanding. So we also asked the community which were the services within this platform that will interest the researchers. And the main service was to store the data that we have in the same format. And the ability to quickly assess different kinds of data. So you just ask in the portal what I have on fishes in Sado, and we'll have all the data that we have. This is obviously a huge plus. Then the thing that when I insert the data in the portal, automatically it gets on the standard format, which allows me to collect to different places to publish then the data. Which can then be within the portal itself connected to repositories or just transfer the data in that format. And then we ask if some researchers refer the option that maybe have some tools to pre-process the data, like clean, duplicate, or something like that. But that was the less value within the answers that we got. Yes. Also, we ask researchers about how they feel about sharing the data. In the previous work that I've done within my mini grant, I had it was really difficult to get researchers to share their data, and especially older researchers because of the questions that are already explained. But also, I think there's a bias in the way people view the sharing of the data. As I said, from my professional bias, since I depend on data from other people, it, for me, makes lots of sense to share data. But for people that spend a lot of time on the field collecting the data, it's really not viewed as so easily to be shared. So we were very curious with the results from this question, and it was actually much better than I anticipated from what I had feel in the community. But 10% of the researchers are in favor of sharing the data in a public domain format. 40% of the researchers are in favor of sharing all the data that we have, since they will remain, they still have the authorship of the data, so SS by kind of licensing. Then 70% are in favor of sharing part of the data, because there's something that lots of researchers refer that for some projects and within Mali community we have lots of service to companies, and we have an embargo on those data. And so we can publish the data after that embargo, and that was referred by 30% of the researchers, because it's really a demand from the companies that are acquiring these services. And only a small fraction of researchers opposed to sharing the data. So this was really an optimistic perspective, and this gives us strength to continue. And so what we did in the second phase of this task force was to try to sensibilize and inform researchers on these questions of sharing the data. So since we had very little participation from the researchers, I went to all of the different centers within the ARNET community and gave a workshop on data scientific management, talking about the questions of sharing the data, save the data, the formats, all of those things. Unfortunately, we didn't get the number of researchers we would like to come to this meeting, even though it was online at the same time. And I talk at MAR, we have an annual MAR meeting with most of the researchers present. I gave a talk on that also on that meeting. So we are trying to make this way to sensibilize all the researchers within the institution for the importance of these topics. And the next phase will be and I'm finishing this phase now based on the feedback I got from the different workshops. I got to collect the different formats more or less that people are using, and I have some recommendations to give to improve these formats. I will not be able to give closed standard formats because there are lots of different formats, but for some cases I have some recommendations to give to people, and these recommendations can be as simple as how do we call the weight of a fish in all databases that we have, in all Excel files that we have within MAR, because some people call it one way, other people call it another way. So this is the problem when we try to then compile the data, because when we call the column of weight, we have several different definitions for the same variable and different unities. So these questions are something that it's more or less easy to solve, but needs to be taken care of. We are also in the process of creating an institutional model for the ARNET data management plans, which are now mandatory in most of the projects that researchers have to submit. And within the MARE, we have a platform that is an infrastructure that is CodeNet, which has lots of data that comes from buoys that are in several rivers, data from environmental layers from satellites, and we have some historical data within this platform CodeNet. So our idea is to take advantage of this platform and change the platform in some way to be this aggregator of the data we have within the ARNET. So we recently submitted a proposal for some increase of money to the platform, because these infrastructures have this problem of they have money when they are created, but then the manipulation of this infrastructure are always a problem. So we're trying with this new perspective on the platform to give injection to reframe the platform itself. And I think that's it. This is my email. If you have any questions, of course, I'm available to come to Setúbal and give a workshop also, as I did in the other centers, and I will be glad to. And truly the notion that I have is, in some institutions, we are really far ahead in terms of these questions of data management, and some institutions, MINU, the university, is really on top of all the other institutions, because they have this huge infrastructure and they do a lot of work on that. But then in Algarve, they are not that they have the huge demand for data storage, and they have the personal data storage, but it's not at institutional level. And for instance, we have 20 gigabytes of cloud for each project to put our data, which is ridiculous. So we have all these questions, and it's really different within the different institutions, and it's really something that we have to start to think as a community. And
thank you very much, Joana. As Joana has to leave shortly, I don't know if anyone wants to make a question. If not, I have one. It's just a curiosity. Did all the researchers that joined Mare accepted well the issue of sharing data openly, or there are some opponents?
There are several opponents in sharing up all the data in the open format, even when they maintain the ownership. But that's a question of when you go and talk to the people and explain what consists of sharing the data, and explain that you can share data in different formats. And for instance, for some people, I work with occurrence data. Most of people don't work with only occurrence data. So we go to the field and you collect the place where the species, the size of the example, the weight, all of these different variables. And maybe you are working on that, you're not really willing to share all of the data, but maybe the place where the species are doesn't compromise the work you're doing, and is something that you're willing to share. And that can, together with all the different data, can make a difference. So when you have the opportunity to explain this, especially to older researchers that didn't grow in the time of open source. So younger researchers are really open to sharing data, but there's a question, even though, because most of the older researchers are the ones that are giving classes to the new generation, and that's something that we have to think now, because it's going to be mandatory, and we have to educate the newer generation on these matters, and the older generation is not so educated to the change. This is a field that is changing really quick.
Yeah. So it's a question of education, and
yes,
because of that, this kind of workshops
yes,
are really important.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Joana.
But it's still inside the Mare that you share, or is it also?
The objective is to create the infrastructure for ARNET, which is Mare, CBMA, and CIMA, but it's to be shared within the community, and maybe then part of the data, it's going to be openly shared to some portal. But from the feedback we had from the researchers when we talk about opening all the data, the feedback was not so good, but they feel comfortable of sharing within the community. So I think that's an important first step, because even within the community, you don't have any idea of the data that we have, and we are spending money doing the same works, and so it doesn't make sense. So.
Thank you very much, Joana.
Thank you.
Okay. Now it's time to have our dear Diana from Timișoara. She's the director of the Department of Digital Education and Distance Education at Polytechnic University of Timișoara. And she will talk about the impact of generative artificial intelligence and open education. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for this. It's really my great pleasure to speak with you. I'll just start the presentation immediately, as just to be sure that we are, I'm trying to recover a bit of the time if I can. I'm not very sure if I can, but I'll try to do the best. So basically, I want to first speak about the open education, and these are the principles of open education. And I need to say there are these words which you see there, which is open technologies, collaborative, flexible learning, and open sharing, which are the practices, in fact, for open education. And probably quite a lot of people think about open education only about open education resources, but there are a lot of practices which you can do and which you can have in everyday activity, which can encourage or become more open, or become an open scholar, as we call it. And this is basically giving access to open learning opportunities, which is quite important. So if not restricting, for example, your students only to the work which you have or which you are having in everyday activity, but also to do activities which will allow you to be more open and more sharing and more available for the student. This is quite challenging in my experience, and this is why a lot of people are really having about a bit of doubt, is because everybody, especially in academia, thinks as professors that they know and they want the students to learn what they know. But giving the students the freedom to be able to learn from other sources and from other information, sometimes even in opposition probably with what you strongly believe, is just opening their minds and making that more available. And in digital education and open technology, this is even more possible. You are all aware about the open educational practices, which were released in 2016 by the European Union. And also I'm going back to the Menti just to remind you, there are some questions which you can answer in Menti, and this is the code and also the link which you all have in chat, and I'll ask Marta to put it again. So something about artificial intelligence, which becomes quite a hype in the last 1.5 years. For me, it's been something which I've been doing since the 90s. In the 90s, I graduated the master in artificial intelligence, but then we were more or less looking at neural networks and robots. And obviously now we speak more about generative pre-training transformers, which are the main part in artificial intelligence, what we see now also as a public. And here are just some terminology. And the institution, which is really focusing quite a lot on how to use open and artificial intelligence in all levels of education, is UNESCO. The Institute for Education for Lifelong Learning also is really putting a lot of documents online. So if you look at them, you will find quite a lot. The other institution is the European Union Commission and also the European Union Parliament. I will not get into, but just on 13th of March, the European Artificial Intelligence Act has been approved by the Parliament and it's become in force from 1st of June. So more or less, we all need to combine and to use it. This is the Digital Competencies Framework, the famous DICOM, which since 1.5 years, almost 2 years now, have been updated with a lot of AI information and AI requirements. And basically because the European Commission wants everybody, every citizen in the EU to engage with AI system in a confident, critical and responsible way at any part of the activities which they are doing. And that's something which we need to focus on. Base 10 have been running quite a lot of analysis about the AI landscape for education, and the number of tools which are now available for AI in education are tremendous, really increasing a lot. Quite a lot of them developed not only by companies, but also by higher education, by research institutes, by small and medium enterprises, and students even. So there are quite a lot of them which you can try and use and implement also with a bit of caution. Open AI has a lot of API for those which are coming from the AI, from the technological field of computer science or information technology. They quite know what an API is. An API is a bit of software or a programming tool which you can adapt after that with your needs and install even in on your servers and so on. And just last week, OpenAI have been announcing that they will open and create from the autumn a ChatGPT tool dedicated for education, which will be, we'll see how it is. Very recently, about 10 days ago, the World Economic Forum have been launched this document about the shaping of the future of education with AI. And I just want to point out here one of the most important bits, in my opinion, is personalizing learning content and experience, where especially with the focus of my talk today about open education, AI can have a huge impact. The same institution have been also mentioning in February 2024 that the reimagining teaching in the classroom and the skills are the most important part with AI. And this is something which we all need to look at how we are changing and artificial intelligence, like 20 years ago, almost massive open online courses and open education and online education have changed and shaped how we are doing education nowadays, also especially in higher education. That it's really coming, it's here, it's no point of saying no to it. Some considerations are given even by OpenAI, and you can have a look at them. I've been running in the last 1.5 years. I can't even count how many workshops in different countries, about 1 day, full day, and 1.5 days workshops of the use of AI in education. And there are several tools which you can use, but the principles are more or less the same. What I want to point here is the main drawbacks, again, coming from OpenAI, which is the privacy and the security issue. Sometimes you need to be very much aware what you are using and where you are using it, and also the hallucination, the famous hallucination of the AI tools. Because AI tools are just the large language models which are relying on modeling and on structuring and very quick calculation and algorithms to really create your answer. But it's not very, very rarely, it will understand what it gives you as an answer. In terms of open educational resources, the major bit is in the OER content development. We are all aware that the majority of open education resources are in English. So we can really be able to adapt and create them with AI, which is also from very good prompt. You can do videos, audios, and images with which you can release after that with open education resources. The problem is obviously the licensing and the resources. So that's why you need to know very well your topic to be able to really do OERs with AI. Why? Because you will need to check the resources and if that information is still free and what sort of a license it has. And that's quite important. For example, AI Quantify is doing this and engaging content with the use of AI in open and relying on open licenses and Creative Commons licenses. For example, I've done several tests and several activities with my students. This is an activity which I've done this academic year in the first semester, where my students needed to develop syllabuses and information and so on, and then create ONs with the support of AI. And what I was really looking forward is not so much on how they are doing it, but to understand which are the limitations, but also the advantages of using AI in open education. And I'm pretty, confident to say that the students really understood that. They become much more critically aware of the AI and what is doing it. So basically, that's why I'm encouraging people to use AI in education or in research, is because, especially when you're teaching and showing this to students, because doing it in a very, strict format and with a lot of support and a lot of guidance is in fact helping students understand what AI is and how to use it. Because if not, they will still use it, because you can't stop them using it, as you can't stop them using web or mobile. But if you show to them how to use it properly and which are the advantages and the disadvantages, then they become even more critically aware about how is that. So all of them, they were disappointed, for example, when they didn't have the resources, and they really developed, as I said, their critical thinking skills, because I asked them at the end to give a mark, a grade, to grade the activity which was done with the AI. And the majority of them gave them very low marks, only 6, 7, or 5 in a scale from 1 to 10. So it's really basically not that good. And they understood that at the end, because at the beginning of the course, they were very, very much confident the AI is the solution, and we should use it anyway and anywhere. And quite a lot of things which I can say. The other bit where artificial intelligence can help in open education is in translation and localization and personalization. As I said, there are a lot of them in English, and with AI, you can really do a lot of adaptation and translation, and also text to voice and so on, and personalization with a lot of tools. I think this is where AI has become quite strong now and very, very good, and we can do that quite a lot. It's exactly like in search engines and so on. So, for example, GDL, which is the Global Digital Library from United Nations, are using AI tools now to translate it in a lot of languages. More than 36 languages have been added with the support of AI to the learning resources created by Free to everyone. We've done a test with my students, in master students, for the Spotlight Heritage Timișoara website, which is a huge website with thousands of resources, where we integrated OpenAI API for voice text, and also we've been running it and doing it. So we have the text on the thousands of pages which are there integrated with AI. So you can listen to it and we make it more accessible and also have it automatically translated into your language. I have a demo here
and died on the
voice in English, which is
Timișoara is the
automatically
first city
done
free
in
from
English.
communism
I
in
don't know if you
Romania.
hear it or
And Correia
not, but
Martirălar in Timișoara represents an important place in the collective
you
memory of the
can see
revolution.
the website for that. The other one is also the recommendation. So personalized learning performance, AI, because it relies on a lot of big data and quick algorithms and calculation, will be really helpful and really be able to do predictive models quite a lot. And there are several things which are happening like that. And the best example is Duolingo. If you're using Duolingo is relying a lot on AI now to give you personalized feedback and to give you the next activity and the next question and the next quiz based on how you are performing and what you're learning and what you're doing. Nobody gets the same. Obviously, the ethics is the biggest problem. How we know for sure that we can reuse that content. How we know for sure the level of license and if it is an open license for the results which an AI tool will give us. And that's where I say that you need to build up that knowledge and you need to know it. And if you have the knowledge and the information already, then you are much more able to assess the rightness and the correct information and also the sources for several. And there are a lot of tools, Alicet and so on, which are building up, Quillbot and so on, which are building now on references and proper references from scholar publication or for higher education publication. And probably ChatGPT with the new educational tool will look exactly at this, how you build up the ethics and the references and the resources. But you need regulation. My university had quite good regulation, I think, on how to use AI, and we are using it quite a lot. I'm inviting you to an AI also conference where we will speak about AI in Timișoara in October. The call for papers is still open, so please join us there. And this is the team which makes everything possible in my department and my university. Thank you. So please remember to answer the Menti.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you very much, Diana. We'll leave the questions for the end of the panel. Very interesting presentation, as usual. Now we are going to have Sarah Coninck is a researcher in smart organizations from Luyben University of Applied Science of Flanders. And she will talk about the tensions between open science and citizen science, ethical considerations, which is a hot topic. And
So I will be talking about citizen science and open science and what the ethical considerations are. So first of all, this originates from EXPER, which Luís already presented this morning. And part of Ent-r-e-Novators is also thinking about citizen science, because in Ent-r-e-Novators, we try to create a joint strategy and innovation strategy for research and innovation. It comes from E³UDRES, where we want to make the future universities where we believe that both education and research should originate from the regions in which the institutions are located. And for that, public engagement and citizen science are very important. Now, why is it important for research to involve citizen science and public engagement? Well, if you think about traditional research, a lot of the things that we find, they are not implemented in the real world. And there are several reasons why this is happening. First of all, there's a lack of focus on implementation from the start. A lot of the time we think of implementation as something that we do after we have researched something, then we want to start implementing it into the real world, but that's not really how it works. There's a need for public participation at the start of and throughout a research project. If we start researching something in the lab and we find something and only then start to involve relevant stakeholders and the public, there is a lack of acceptance. Also, the lab where we tend to research things in the more traditional forms of science, it's often not a very good environment representing the real world. So things will probably work differently in the real world than they do in the lab. Apart from that, there's also links between citizen science and public participation in policy making. So if you think about citizen science as something that can also create awareness in citizens, then we see, since citizen science originates also mainly from the environmental sciences, there's a lot of examples of citizens being involved in this kind of studies and then becoming more and more aware of the issues that they are facing in their region. And then it can be a game changer for them wanting to be engaged in policy making and to want to participate in changing these situations and doing something about it. An example case of where we did researching something in a more traditional sense maybe and then not getting it implemented into the real world is the COVID vaccine. So as you all know, there's a lot of vaccines that were approved quite fast. And then we had an issue where it wasn't really accepted by the public to be vaccinated with these vaccines. And there's a study on why this wasn't accepted. And there's several reasons depending on the context. So in developing countries, affordability and accessibility were a huge issue, which was not taken into account from the start. And in the more developed countries, acceptability was an issue because the views of citizens was kind of ignored from the start of these studies. And these are some of the issues that can happen if you are not taking into account the real world or relevant stakeholders. And these are not only citizens, but these can also be the doctors who will be implementing the vaccines to their patients. These can be the logistics. If we think about the more developing countries, how they needed to get the vaccines to the people who needed to be vaccinated. So if we then think about citizen science, what actually is citizen science? Because it is such a broad concept, it's being used in such different fields, so it's kind of hard to define it in a general sense. But quite generally, we could say that citizen science is the active engagement of the general public in scientific research tasks. And if you go to more specific fields, we will find different focuses for different fields. But there's three core principles that we can see in this definition. So first of all, citizen science includes the active participation of the public. It's about collaboration with citizens, with other stakeholders, with researchers. And it's about the pursuit of scientific knowledge. But also, given that it's been used in a lot of different fields, it's a concept which is flexible and adaptable. But what's quite important is the active participation of citizens instead of just tolerating the daily life context, which is something that we often tend to do when we think about more traditional research. If we again go back, for example, to the more medical sciences, what often happens there is that we exclude women as participants in research projects because they fluctuate more in their hormones, which is one of these contexts that is harder to control than in the lab. If you do traditional research, we like to have control, so we go for the most controllable situation, but this is not really exemplary of the real life context. So instead of tolerating the real life context, like this is a nuisance that we have to deal with, even though we would like to control it, in citizen science, we want to include the daily life context as another factor that we want to take into account, and that's important for how the thing we're researching will work in real life. If we want to get it into the real world, then we need to take into account the real world. If you think about citizen science, since it is such a broad concept, there's different levels of participation that can happen in citizen science. First of all, at the lowest level, you can have contractual citizen science, which is where an organization asks researchers to do a project and they give you a contract for doing the project, but the project is still mainly done by the researchers. Contributory citizen science is a project where the primary role of the citizens is data collection, but the rest of the research is still being done by the researchers. Collaborative, their researchers still design the the research project, citizens collect the data. Maybe they help refine the design of the study or analyze data or disseminate the results, but it's still not like fully equal their roles. Co-created, in these projects, researchers and citizens can work together to design a research project, and at least part of the citizens are actively involved in the majority of or all of the phases of the research project. And at the highest level, we have collegial citizen science, where you really try to see the citizens and the stakeholders and the researchers as equal. This can also mean, and we have examples of this at our university, but I'm sure other universities in the US have them as well, that you try to give a contract to the citizens that you are including and to try to employ them. And that's also something where we've been having some difficulties, because depending on, we have an example of a research group working with citizen scientists who are mentally handicapped or disabled, and they have difficulty giving them a contract as like that's the same as the researcher would get. So for now they have like a contract as at a voluntary basis, so it still not makes them completely equal, and that's something that we are still trying to figure out. Because at this highest level, you would want complete equality between citizens and the researchers. Also, if you look at the 10 principles of citizen science by the European Citizen Science Association, you can immediately see that there's an overlap between open science and citizen science. So there's a few, I'm not going to go through all of the principles, but there's a few where you can clearly see the overlap. For example, number 7, citizen science project data and metadata are made publicly available, and where possible, results are published in an open access format. So that's quite clear that there is a very big overlap between citizen science and open science. Number 6, it says that citizen science provides an opportunity for greater public engagement and democratization of science, while open science is more focused on the knowledge and the sharing of knowledge. Citizen science tries to take this a bit further and really democratize the whole process of research. But then also, even in point number 10, it says take into consideration that there are legal and ethical issues when you are doing citizen science. So it's quite clear that this is a field that most traditional researchers are not very skilled in, or they need some extra skills than the skills that they would normally have in doing their traditional research, and these relate to, among things, the legal and ethical issues that are much different and bigger compared to traditional sciences. Then if you think about open science, which mainly started as something about publishing or sharing data and knowledge, and then shifted more and more from publishing as fast as possible to sharing knowledge as fast as possible. So also there we can see this kind of shift happening in who has actual ownership of data. So we can feel that there's an overlap between citizen science, and open education. The overlap mainly being that all these practices are about collaboration. They're about being transparent with your data, with your results, with your methodology, and they're about access to knowledge and who has the right to access this kind of knowledge. But then also there's some tension points, and this isn't necessarily between the different fields, but even within citizen science itself, there are some tension points and ethical considerations that need to be taken into account. And most of these have to do with the power differentials and the way you work in a partnership as a researcher, together with citizens, together with other stakeholders, and the nature of that collaboration between academia and non-academic stakeholders. And if you look at where these power differentials or examples of where these power differentials take place, it can be about data quality. It can be about expertise versus acceptability. So who do we really think has the expertise when we're doing a citizen science study? And it can be about intellectual property and credit, like I mentioned before. If we think about citizen scientists as being equal to the more traditional researcher, then who really gets the credit for doing the research? And obviously there's also security and privacy concerns related to data sharing. Even if we think about citizen science in the more environmental fields, like air quality measurements or soil measurements, you're gathering location data, and location data is something that you can probably trace back to the person, which makes it personal data. So in a sense, you're almost always working with personal data if you're doing citizen science, even if you, at the first point, seem to think like this is not sensitive data. If you can trace it back to the person, it's personal data, and you need to take into account the GDPR. So there's a lot of issues that come into account when you're doing this. When we think about data quality, there's an example of a project in Belgium called E³UDRES², which means curious noses. But it's also something that you would say to a very curious person. And it was about air quality, and you can see like the cloud is kind of shaped like a nose, and sometimes they call the measurements tubes sniffers. So it's quite a good name. So it was a large-scale citizen science project. 50,000 people in Flanders subscribed, and 20,000 eventually participated, where they measured air quality in the street. And what was one of the really nice things is that the data quality for this project was really good. So it kind of affirmed the belief that citizens are able to gather data that is qualitative. We also raised awareness about air quality, and it made it more clear which cities had air quality issues. Some local policies were influenced. They had like lower emission zones implemented, and some transportation policies. Now, if you look at data quality in specific, so about 50,000 people subscribed, of which 20,000 locations were selected based on which locations they wanted to kind of map with air quality. Then over 99% of these participants sent in measurements, which is already quite a big scale. A small number of the measurements didn't lead to results. So for example, if there's a spider web in the measurement tube, then you cannot get good results. But more than 19,000 of the 20,000 participants had valid results that were presented in an online map. And then in another stage, they had like a more rigorous selection of the data, and they had almost 18,000 data points that got through that more rigorous selection and that were used for more elaborate statistical analysis. So this is a good example that if you're concerned about data quality, it is quite possible to get sound quality data with citizen science. project. But then again, if you think about data quality, that probably means something different to different stakeholders. From a research perspective, data quality will probably mean we want to have valid data. But if you think about policy, it might mean that they want to avoid bias in their data. So if you think about air quality, maybe they don't want to lose certain regions that might be harder to engage in this kind of studies, which would be a selection bias in your sample. And they would think that is an important thing to take into account. And if we think about the citizens' perspective, they might think about data quality as data that they can easily understand, and that's relevant for the situation that they find themselves in for their daily life. So even if you think about something as data quality, which we might have like a very clear idea what that means to us, we need to think about what that means to other stakeholders, and we need to engage in this conversation with other stakeholders. And then if you think about it more generally, the power differential and the nature of collaboration in citizen science is that it's often about who has the decision-making authority. Do we still consider ourselves as the researchers to be the experts, or do we consider policymakers to be the ones who will ultimately make decisions, to be considered citizens to be the ones who are living in the regions? Are they able to make the decisions about what is interesting to research or not? And also who gets to participate in which stage of the research process and who is excluded from that. And in the end, citizen science would want to aspire to have equal power among all citizens and stakeholders, but of course, this is not an easy task to accomplish. This requires a lot of transparency and active efforts to keep these dynamics in check. And also there's the diverse sources of knowledge, and they need to be valued equally. So we have our expertise and we do know what we're talking about as researchers. But citizens have knowledge of the region that they live in, of the daily life problems they're facing, and that is of equal value. Policymakers have knowledge about policy-making, decision-making processes. So we need to value all of this knowledge to an equal extent. And then there was quite a recent article where they tried to map out the several ethical works, the 7 types of ethical work that a citizen scientist would need to do. So they first of all stated that ethical reflection should be considered a collaborative undertaking. You should not do this on your own. Just as in the example about data quality, you should have a discussion, a collaborative discussion about what matters for all stakeholders, and reflect on these challenges in partnership with them. And then they identified 7 types of ethical work. The first one was framing work. Framing work means that you are going to frame the context in which a study takes place. This can be the social context, the political context. I think as researchers, we're all quite aware of examples where our findings are presented in a way where context is lost and someone tries to push a certain agenda that might not align with what we're trying to do. Framing work is about being quite clear about the social and political context in which our research is happening, so that we can take that into account in a very explicit and nuanced way. Role work is work where we think about which role we have in a citizen science project. So of course we have the role of researchers, but maybe at times when we're working in citizen science, we will also be moderators, or we will need to take a different role where we specifically stand up for people with a marginalized voice and give them a platform to speak. Or we might have the role of coffee maker sometimes, making people feel welcome. So it's being deliberate in, okay, I'm a researcher, and of course you're a researcher, but at times in this kind of project, you will maybe need to take on another role. Emotion work concerns being deliberate about addressing people with care and compassion, especially in certain projects where you might be working with disadvantaged groups. And also considering this, the role of a researcher in a citizen science project to address everyone with care and compassion. Identity work entails work where you're being very conscious about what it means to be a good and ethical person while you're doing research. Then reason work entails work in which you're being very rational and trying to make rational arguments for the ethical decisions that you're trying to make. And also do this in collaboration with all of your stakeholders. So you're having these rational discussions with them. Relationship work is work where you try to manage the relationship and the power dynamics that come with them. And performance work is work where you make it very clear and visible how you're enacting all these ethical considerations that you're making. So this is quite a recent framework. I don't know of any practical examples about this yet, and probably there is some interrelationship between all these types of work. But as you can see, there's a lot of ethical things that come into question when you're doing citizen science. So that was my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sarah. It's really interesting. We left the questions to the end of the panel. Now it's time to hear Antónia Correia. Antónia is a librarian and an open science advocate and trainer working for national and European projects at University of Minho. And she is going to make her presentation online. Antónia, you can share.
Hi, Marta. Okay, I will share my screen then. Just give me a second, please.
She's going to talk about open science, the open science requirements in Horizon Europe program.
Exactly. So just put this. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I was still with something else connected, so I will do it again. Okay, can you see my screen full mode? Yes. Okay, thank you so much. So thank you, Marta, for the introduction, and to the organizers for inviting me. So I will start immediately so that we may have some time for questions if needed. So I'm going to talk a little bit on the open science requirements in Horizon Europe program. We at University of Minho are part of the open air training committee. So we do and organize many trainings in open science, including webinars and other kinds of materials exactly on the open science requirements too. And so to start, so open science, we have been hearing a lot of open science in this session. Right from the beginning, and there have been already many interesting discussions, but just to make it really short, so there are many dimensions to open science. So the main and the most knowledgeable usually are open access and open data, but there's also the open methods, which mean making the methodologies publicly accessible, the protocols, the methodologies, and so on. Also the open source, which refers to making software and codes publicly available, open educational resources that we heard about a while ago, and also peer review. And there are many others. So these are, I would say, the most knowledgeable, but then there are many other dimensions that are all in open science. So, and this also has includes aspects of evaluation, of ethics, and citizen science and other public engagement, this kind of dimensions. There are many benefits to open science, and here I bring you two infographics, one from Open Research Europe and another from the UNESCO recommendation on open science. So the benefits, the most emergent benefits are a greater transparency in the research process, increased visibility for the researchers, greater potential impact, greater efficiencies and value for money, because people don't need to always repeat the same research, so they can build on the work that has already been done. Also higher citation rates and greater opportunities for collaboration and compliance with funder mandates that support open research. And as for the values, you have the quality and integrity, collective benefits, equity and fairness, diversity and inclusiveness, and many other principles like transparency, equality of opportunities, responsibility, collaboration, etc. So recognizing all of this, the European Commission has been issuing consecutive mandates on open access and on open science for the last years, so the last programs. It started with FP7, where we had this pilot for open access. Then in the next program, it became mandatory, so people benefiting from financing had to put their research publicly available for everybody. And then we had this pilot on data that later on became also mandatory, but of course not all data is equal, so as open as possible, as close as necessary. So there is a difference between the publications and the data. With Horizon Europe, we have even greater openness because open science is key, and it applies to many of the components of a researcher's work. And open practices include the open access to research outputs, also the early and open sharing of research, which includes, for example, the pre-registration, the registered reports, the preprints, crowdsourcing of solutions for a specific problem, then the use of open research infrastructures like the repositories, Open Research Europe platform, and so on, and measures to ensure the reproducibility of results so that others can easily replicate the experiences and get to the same findings that were achieved by previous researchers. And also open collaboration that encompasses, for example, citizen science, public engagement with citizens and other stakeholders. So this is a very wide approach and very open approach to the way that research is being done. And so the expected results and the impacts are exactly the consolidation of the Open Research Europe publishing platform, because open research infrastructures are being promoted, also an increased openness and quality and performance, overall capacities, the involvement of people, increased trust of society in science, and so on. So these are all the objectives of the Horizon Europe program. Within the Horizon Europe, there are mandatory and also recommended practices. So the mandatory practices are the open access to publications, which means all of the publications that receive funding from this program need to be put open access in a repository or in an open access journal. Also open access to data, as open as possible, as close as necessary when we have these exceptions. Open access to software is also recommended. And then also these measures to ensure the reproducibility of the research outputs and manage the outputs in a fair way so that they come findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. It's also mandatory to do a data management plan in what refers to data. which is a document that outlines how data will be managed within the research project. These are all mandatory, and I will go into them more deeply later on. The recommended practices are the early sharing of results, like the pre-registration and the registered reports and preprints, the participation in open peer review that may have many faces, the way that we do open peer review, and also the involvement of relevant knowledge actors like the citizens, the civil society, the end users in co-creating the contents. So, going deeply into open access, the way that people should give open access to publications is really very well detailed in the General Model Grant Agreement. And this outlines the main needs that are the following. So the beneficiaries must provide open access to the peer-reviewed publications, depositing the author manuscript or the version of record in a trusted repository. They should provide also immediate open access to full text under a CC BY license, in case it's a shorter document, like an article, for example, or a CC BY non-commercial or non-derivatives, in case it's a long format text, like a book, for example. And the beneficiaries should also inform via the repository about any research outputs or tools or instruments that are needed to validate the conclusions of the scientific publication. This means this is a means to ensure transparency and to give robustness to the publications. So the authors should make sure that all research data underlying the publications, all the tools should be mentioned when they are describing the publications in the repositories. Also, the beneficiaries must retain sufficient intellectual property rights to comply with the open access requirements. I will also detail this further on. And the metadata, which means the descriptions of the data, like the title, the authors, the abstract, and so on, must be open under a CC0 license, which means that anybody can access it and use it in line with the FAIR principles and provide information about licensing terms and persistent identifiers. So the licensing terms are also key because people need to know how they can reuse these publications. There is this license that is promoted, that is the CC BY, so attribution license. So people should give credit to the authors that they are citing in their work, but other licenses can be used, and the licensing terms should be always very explicit, so that people know exactly how they can reuse that publication. And also the persistent identifiers, like the DOIs, for example, should always be mentioned if they exist. Something that is new in this program is that the only fees with open access, full open access venues are reimbursed. So in Horizon 2020, for example, it was possible to ask for the money of the APCs that people paid to publish in gold open access and hybrid journals. Within Horizon Europe, we can only ask for the values with gold open access. So the hybrid is excluded. It's not possible to ask for this money anymore. And the hybrids, just to make sure that we are all in the same page, are those journals that have some articles in open access available for everybody and others that are closed by subscription. So usually these are journals that are subscription based, but they, if the authors pay a fee, they will put those specific articles available open access for everybody. So these are the journals that are not included in the reimbursements anymore. This is all aligned with Plan S because European Commission is one of the entities that is a subscriber of the Plan S. And the Plan S says that with effect from 2021, all scholarly publications on the results from research funded by public or private grants should be published in open access journals, open access platforms, or made available through open access repositories. This was very ambitious because it was not possible to do this by 2021, but Plan S is in Coalition S still exists. Most of the national funders from Europe subscribed to this plan, and also other entities like charitable and international funders, they also subscribed. And so this is very strong movement that enforces some of these measures that are being asked by the European Commission and by Horizon Europe. For example, the use of these open access platforms or open platforms, the non-existence of embargo periods, the not reimbursing the fees with hybrids. So all of this is aligned with these principles. There is also this movement for the rights retention. So this has to do with that obligation from the grant agreement that says that the authors should keep enough rights to comply with the open access mandates. So, and what this means is that the authors should negotiate with the publishers to keep their rights when they are publishing in a journal. So they should state that they are under an agreement under Horizon Europe agreement, and they need to put their publications open access, and so they should attribute the CC BY license and not put any embargoes into the full text accessibility, and keeping their rights to comply with all of this. And there are some texts of examples of these exemption clauses that people can ask for the publishers' agreements. And there are also some templates that are prepared by the Coalition S, and they are available in this website that people can use to send the letters to the publishers and ask for these exemptions. So there are other resources that are also available, like these videos and these sheets like Publish with Power, Protect Your Rights. So this is a very strong campaign, essentially to tell authors that there is no need to give all of the rights away. So the publishers only need the right to publish. They don't need the copyright for the publications. And so the authors should keep the copyright whenever possible. As for the licenses, so this is a table where you can find the CC BY Creative Commons licenses. The ones that are highlighted are the ones that are requested by the European Commission and Horizon Europe, which are the public domain and the CC BY. So the public domain to the metadata, which means the description of the publications, and the CC BY attribution should be applied to the publications themselves. And so it shows here what you can do with all of these licenses. So also these last ones, so the CC BY non-commercial and non-derivatives, these are also applicable under Horizon Europe if we are talking about books and longer texts. As for the article versions, so there are different versions of the same article. So the authors draft the article, and when they finish this, when they think this is ready to submit, we call this the preprint or the author's first draft or the submitted manuscript. And this is the manuscript that is sent to the publishers. And then it undergoes the peer review process where the reviewers usually suggest some changes into the manuscript. And then when all of this is done, we come to the accepted version. So this is also called the postprint, the author's first draft, or the accepted manuscript. And this is the manuscript that has undergone all of these changes, all of the peer review processes, and is ready to be copy edited and typeset. So usually this is the version that most of the publishers allow the authors to put in the repositories. And then after undergoing the copy editing and the typesetting and so on, we come to the published version, which is also referred to as the version of record. Usually this is the PDF of the article, and the publishers are more reluctant to let the authors archive this version. Usually they accept better if the authors ask for the accepted version or the submitted version. And this is a table with the main paths to publication according to Horizon Europe and Plan S. So according to all of this, the authors can check the journal checker tool or Sherpa Romeo to see what are the policies of self-archiving and open access of that specific journal. Or they can publish in open access on Open Research Europe, which is the European Commission platform. And it is much easier because there are no fees. So the fees are paid directly from the European Commission to the platform. So the author doesn't need to have the money. It just needs to prove that he is working within a project. And all of this is much easier and much faster than if you are publishing in another venue. Also, the Open Research Europe allows for the open peer review. So you can find there, you can suggest reviewers for that publication, and the reviews get published alongside the journal article, or the article in this case. And if the article gets 2 good reviews, then it is sent automatically to publication on Zenodo, and it is sent also to be indexed within the databases like Scopus, for example. So they are starting to be indexed also in these databases. Another way is to publish in a full open access journal or platform. There can be APCs, so open access fees or article processing charges. So authors may need to pay directly to the publisher to get published. And then even so, they need to put this article in the repositories. This is always mandatory. The repositories are mandatory. And they can also publish in a subscription-based or hybrid journal. In case it is a hybrid, the fees are not reimbursed. So it's never too much, too many times saying this. And there's also this transformative journals list, which are journals that are going from subscription-based to open access journals. So, and this is also allowed by the European Commission. And always, as I said before, always put the articles in the repositories. Going to the research data, so which is the other case for mandatory practices. The research data is open by default, and it should be fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Again, the General Model Grant Agreement shows how you should do this, what measures should be taken in what concerns research data management. So there should be a DMP. A DMP is mandatory, and it should be regularly updated. Also, the data needs to be open via a repository for data, and as open as possible, as close as necessary. So there are exceptions. So if they are against the beneficiary's legitimate interests, commercial exploitation, if there is security issues and other exceptions, exemptions, the data does not need to be open. Otherwise, it is advised that it is open. But open or closed, the authors should always mention which data sets are going to be open, which are not, and explain why not. Okay, so if the data cannot be shared, the reasons should be stated by the authors. And the metadata, which means a description of the data, should be available in a CC0 public domain license in line with FAIR. So these are the requirements. I already went through this. And going to the data management plan. So this is a formal living document. So the first version should be sent, if not in the proposal time, at least in the first 6 months of the project. So the data management plan is a deliverable, and it is also reviewed with all of the other deliverables for the projects. And it should outline how data is going to be managed within that project, and which data sets will be open, which ones will not, if you are reusing other data sets from other previous research, and these kind of things. So there are many templates and many tools that can help you do this data management plan, and so that is easier for the researchers to do. So again, data is as open as possible and as close as necessary. So with intellectual property rights, privacy, security, jeopardizing the project's main objectives, and so on. All of these are valid reasons to not share the data, but you should explain always why you're not sharing the data. As for the FAIR, so how can we make the data fair? So definable, for example, attributing a persistent identifier and doing rich metadata. So if you describe it profusely, it's much easier for the record to be found and to be reused and to be discovered online. The accessibility, you can ensure this by depositing the data in a trusted repository, for example, in Zenodo. And data can still be closed and fair. So if you follow all of the rules, doing a very rich metadata, giving it an identifier, depositing it in a repository, you are making it fair, okay? Interoperability usually is assured by the repositories. And you can also help doing this by using open and standardized file formats. And as for the reusability, the clear licenses are key. So if you attribute a license like the CC BY, CC0, not the CC0, it's not so good for data sets, but at least the CC BY, so other researchers can know how they can reuse the data. As for the trusted repositories, you can find them in these directories. So OpenDoor, Re3Data, and Zenodo is a catch-all repository that is also a trusted repository. And these are repositories that undergo certification. For example, a Core Trust Seal certification, a Nesto Seal, and so on. And they are endorsed by the international research communities. And so these are the ones that you should be aiming for. And you can find many of them in these directories, and you can search the directories, for example, by discipline. So you can find a discipline-specific repository that is suitable for the data. As for the validation of findings, it is always needed to make sure that the data is public and is accessible. So, for example, the data that underlies a publication needs to be open and needs to be available for everybody to check the results. Also, in cases of public emergencies, so for example, in COVID, it can be requested that some data is made available. Okay, so and this is immediately open access, and this can be extended beyond the publications to the data too. And reaching the end of my presentation. So just to tell you about the reporting and the monitoring, there is a monitoring of these open science practices by the European Commission. And this is done by the project officers and the reviewers in the periodic reviews. And also they monitor also the key impact pathways that are developed by the projects. This is done within the participant portal. So, and this is a very good reason to use the repositories, because if you do so, many of your publications will be immediately aggregated by this platform, and you just need to validate and say that it is okay, this is my publication, and all of the metadata, all of the description will be there already. The same thing goes for, and this is some details on the description of the publications. The same thing goes for the data sets. So if you use a repository like Zenodo, for example, it will also be aggregated, and you will find the data sets in this tab that is specific for data sets within the participant portal. So you just need to validate, and it saves you a lot of time and a lot of trouble to do it that way. And this is the end, so thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm available to answer.
Thank you very much, Antónia. Very interesting and useful for the researchers that are attending this workshop. We'll leave the questions for the end of the panel. We're running out of time. And now we are hearing Sílvia Couvaneiro. Can you stop sharing your? Okay, now it's time to hear Sílvia Couvaneiro. Sílvia is a professor at the School of Education here at Setúbal Polytechnic University, and I'm going to talk about open pedagogies and emerging technologies.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by thanking the organization of this event for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to talk about topics that I like so much. I'm a professor, visiting professor here at IPS. I work in another building. It's the Higher School of Education. If you're here and you can still visit if you haven't visited yet, besides finding amazing students, teachers, as our sub-director is here today, you will also be able to visit a great program. So I will talk about three different things: open pedagogies, emerging technologies, and I'll finish with some practical examples from my classroom, from my practice. To begin with, making a bridge to some of the things that Diana mentioned earlier, I will talk just briefly about what the European Commission defines as open pedagogy. And it says it refers to the use of technologies to make the range of teaching and learning practices more transparent, more shareable, and visible. So that also translates in broadening pedagogical approaches, so using different approaches in the classroom. They also express that it widens participation and collaboration of students, so students can work in different ways in the classroom. It is learner-centered, so it is focused on what the students are doing, what they are learning. And the fact that the students are using ICTs in the classroom also increase the students' involvement and the collaboration because it also allows co-creation of digital artifacts. It also presents students with, it is also important that we present students with the reason for why they're learning what they're learning in the classroom. So the students are aware of how they are being assessed, what they are learning, what it is for, how they can use that in their future. And in open pedagogy, we also enable learners' choices. So there are five components for this open pedagogy. One is supported open learning. Personalized teaching, something that Diana also mentioned, and this is extremely important, particularly when we're talking about generative AI entering the classroom. So if we have artificial intelligence in the classroom, it is more and more important that we know our students, that we are aware of what they're capable of doing, and if we are, then we will be it will be easier for us to detect if they're using AI in ways that they're not supposed to. So besides that, also collaborative and networked learning, the use of authentic resources, and the sharing of educational resources and practices. So this is important both for students, but also for professors, for faculties. If we have professors sharing their practices and creating communities of practice among faculty, it will also be a way of opening up our strategies. So the definition of open pedagogy has been difficult to come to. So these are some examples of definitions that have come in research, but we should focus on open pedagogy as different from the traditional practices. So it is not the use of more traditional strategies like the one we're having here, like a continuous talk by the professor and the students learning. So it's not that traditional of a role. It is also not simply using open educational resources and not just MOOCs. So it's more about adopting strategies that allow students to work collaboratively and to create their own resources, and having the students working as a community as well. So the focus changes to student co-creation, to student sharing, to student connecting, not just with each other, but also with faculty, peer reviewing, learning, and reflective practices. So these are some participatory open pedagogy allows participatory pedagogy in terms of students participating in projects, for example, student agency, empowerment, voice and choice. So these are all ways of opening the way that the students are taking part of what's happening in the classroom. Okay, so I won't take long on this part because we are running out of time. In Portugal, there's this document by the Portuguese Agency of Higher Education Assessment and Accreditation. It's also known as E3ES. And this document talks about what pedagogical innovation in higher education really is, and gives examples of scenarios and transformation paths. And what they explain in this document are, well, they give the guiding principles of what pedagogical innovation is and what practices should be adopted. And they give the guidelines also to on how to enhance and maintain cultures of pedagogical innovation in higher education. And that is also, again, creating communities of practice, leading faculty to share their practices. In terms of the strategies that are mentioned in this document, they talk about traditional methods that are more adjusted to the real time. So that could be, for example, an interactive lecture, like, for example, of a professor having a lecture and using a technology like the one Diana shared before, like Mentimeter, like Menti, where we answered questions. So that could be an example, but also methods that are centered in cooperation and inquiry, like project-based learning, for example. Then community service, like internships, volunteering service learning, case studies, learning from experts. So these are active learning strategies in the classroom that could be, for example, flipped classroom and collaborative learning, and also using virtual environments that can be used in different ways. I'll give some examples further on. For the second part, to mention some of the emerging technologies that have been showing up, not just in terms of AI, that I will also talk about. Extended reality, virtual reality, and augmented reality have been used as technologies to create immersive learning environments where students can learn as if they were in a more real context. Robotics and 3D printing. So these have been used in several different areas of study, and they all allow to personalize learning again, to lead students to collaboration and to content creation. And then finally, the most recent boom of generative artificial intelligence, but not just for texts, but also for pictures, for videos, for slides presentations, like the one that Diana also mentioned. So this is something that was also on some slides before. These are two frameworks related to digital competence, and that explain exactly what our students as citizens should develop in terms of digital competence. So the one on the right is what all citizens must, all the competences that all citizens must develop when using technologies. And the one on the left is what faculty, professors, teachers, and educators since kindergarten until higher education must develop to be able to teach, to lecture with using technologies. So the last area refers to what this last area refers to what the learners have to develop in terms of digital competence, and this is directly connected to the framework on the right. So this means that as professors and as teachers, we all have to be aware of what the emerging technologies can do to also help our students to be able to use it. So integrating technologies and also generative AI in higher education becomes also a matter of digital citizenship, like in the framework DigComp is referred. The impact, this definitely has had an impact on pedagogy and assessment, and makes professors, faculty think of how the students are going to use these technologies. And there are a lot of concerns related to plagiarism and to the transparency, and if students are using these technologies to produce contents and to deliver them when they're not their own creation. And that leads us to think, to reevaluate our strategies, but also to reevaluate how what students are going to learn. So there should definitely be a shift of focus from professors to content creation, to develop students' creativity and critical thinking, particularly critical thinking, and also to personalize learning. And that is difficult when we have very large groups of students, but it's very important that we personalize learning and also to create some sort of closeness with the students. And because it is definitely a matter of not just digital literacy, but digital citizenship and equity. So this last idea is related to the citizens that we are preparing in higher education, and if we are actually preparing students for their future professions, when we are not integrating technologies in the classroom. These are some of the tools that I'm still collecting data on this, and I hope to share this in the near future. But these are some of the tools that I know that my students use and that sometimes we also use in the classroom. And so there was this huge boom in terms of educational technologies since ChatGPT, and besides new tools, there are also many old tools that integrated AI features. So thinking about DishComp and DishComp-Edu, so we definitely have to be aware of the tools that there are, and that the tools that and how these tools can be used in the classroom so that we know what the students are doing. So we do need to test these. So reaching the end part of my presentation, I'll give you some examples of strategies from my own classroom. So I'll be opening up my classroom. So I work at the higher education School of Education here at IPS, as I said before, and I'm currently lecturing these 4 subjects this year. So I have digital storytelling, which is a subject curricular unit with that has Erasmus students from many different countries. I also have ICT in professional contexts, critical thinking, and academic work. So this is not directly connected to IT, even though we do a lot of that. And scientific and digital literacy that I work with another professor, also called Sílvia. And in terms of strategies, when I work with students, these are some of the strategies that I really like to use. So project-based learning, intervention projects, have students collaborate and create content together, invite experts, even though those can be students from last year, for example, that come in the classroom and explain something they have done in the year before, or another expert on some topic. These peer instruction, peer review, peer feedback are a constant in my classroom. So I usually ask students in the classroom to give feedback to each other when they share something they have created, like, for example, a video or a presentation or a project that they're planning, that they give feedback to each other. And that can be done in the classroom or also using for example, Moodle, the LMS that we use here at IPS. Continuous assessment, so we constantly work together on the final assessment throughout the semester, and for that we also assess the learning process. And besides naturally integrating ICT, well, this is actually something that is one of the contents of some of the subjects I do teach, like we have to work with ICT, but even if not, I try to integrate those in other subjects in a natural way, because that is how the students will also work in their future professions, integrating technologies in their day-to-day work, so also makes sense. A practical example from this curricular unit that is called digital storytelling. On the right, you can see a picture of a map where the students came from. So that was done collaboratively. So all the students came to that map online. It's done with a tool called Padlet. I integrated that in Moodle. And so each of the students came to that page and pinned their hometown. And they also created a message with their own presentation. So this curricular unit, the contents are about creating stories using technology. So the students have to learn how to tell a good story, anatomy of a good story, and they have to choose the best technologies to then create those stories. It can be videos, posters, for example, not just comics, digital books, websites. It can be many different things. They collaborate to create those stories. They share with each other what they do, and they give feedback to all of their sharings. So we use not just the classroom to create this community of practice, but also the learning management system that we use is Moodle. So we always create forums where the students share what they're doing, and they have to always give feedback, written feedback, besides the oral feedback in the classroom. So besides the tools to create videos and things that the students create throughout the semester, we also use other tools like Padlet, that's the one on the right. And this is another example of a tool that is called Video Ent, that I use whenever I want to do a flipped classroom activity. So I can use these types of tools, for example, for a more lecture activity, a more traditional activity. So in this case, I used a video that was available online, and I posted that video on Video Ent. And these little lines that we have here are students' comments. So the students have to watch the video at home before coming to class. And there's something outside, we don't know why. And so they post their own comments while watching the video, and then when we come to the class afterwards, we discuss what they've commented. Another practical example from the ICT in professional contexts curricular unit. In this unit, we have the contents are to naturally integrate ICT. The students have to learn how to integrate technology in their future professional context, and these students are going to be animators, socio-cultural animators. So what we do is we use different tools. Of course, I could come to class and say how to use Excel, how to use PowerPoint presentations, how to use Planner, for example. And instead of that, I work with another colleague, João Gracio, who is also a professor in the subject, and we organized intervention projects. So we suggested that the students chose who they wanted to work with, and they chose children, teenagers, and adults. They chose the topic that had to be related to digital citizenship, and they would have to create activities and then implement those activities with the audience that they chose. So throughout the planning of the project, they have to constantly create digital contents related to the project. They have to share it with each other, and they have to give feedback to the other projects that they're planning. So on the right, you can see some pictures of a website that was created with the whole class. So all the groups created this website together. So on the top, you can see there are many groups, group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this was from last year. There were 10 groups. They all planned their activities, and they all put those activities on this website. This year, there are fewer students, so there are only 6 groups. And it's still going on, so it's about to finish. And so for this activity, we invented the week of digital citizenship at IPS, and the students chose a topic related to that, and then did their own intervention projects. So these are some screenshots from activities that they did last year, and this year they're still creating their own their projects. They're about to finish next week. And so the topics that the students chose were related to cyberbullying, to safety, digital safety, and well, there were many different topics, and they all for that they had to learn how to plan a project, how to communicate the project. They had to share posters and videos, for example, at IPS in the TVs outside. Another practical example, and this will be the last one, is a strategy that I usually adopt for assessment. And I use digital portfolios for several different curricular units. So these usually focus on the learning process and progress of the students throughout the semester. So individually, they have to create their own portfolio. And they also have to reflect on how they're learning and on how they will use what they are learning in their future. And this is something that has been very interesting to learn from students as well. So to assess that, I usually use rubrics or criteria grids, like the one on the right. This one is in Portuguese. And by the end of the semester, I use the Moodle qualitative grids when I want to assess, and it's easier for not only for me, but also for the students to be aware of how they will be assessed. So it makes them more conscious of what they have to put on their digital portfolio and how they are going to be assessed. And this reflection on the learning transfer is usually a difficult topic, but the most important from my point of view. So for the steps, definitely important to continue to think about how open pedagogies and emerging technologies can be adopted by faculty. And so for that, certainly it is important how it is referred in the documents I mentioned before, that higher education institutions have policies on these topics. Not just that, but also on AI. And particularly in terms of ethics and what a good practice of technology in EIA integration really is, what students can do and what students cannot do. And for that, here at IPS, the ethics committee presented a statement about 2 weeks ago, and it's still to be published, but it is definitely a very interesting document to read, particularly because they explain what it should be done and what shouldn't be done, and it shouldn't be forbidden, but integrated so that faculty and professors are aware of what students will be able to do with AI. Another important step is to have faculty training on these 3 topics. So pedagogical innovation, digital competence on all types of emerging technologies. This is something I have done here at IPS related to AI, and particularly creating communities of practice where professors can share their strategies and resources. So that will be a way of opening our classrooms as well. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I hope we can continue this conversation. Sorry if it's going so quick.
Okay, we are with 1 hour of delay. So if you have any questions to the speakers of this panel, please feel free to do that. Any thoughts? Okay, I just have one here. Diana, are you listening?
Yes, I am. I am here.
Okay, I have one question. It's a little bit more.
I can hear you very badly. You need to, because you're very far away from the microphone.
I will try to speak louder.
Okay.
So, Diana, do you think AI could be in the future an obstacle to open science and open access? Could we assist to step back or no?
I'm really very sorry. If anybody can tell
I
me
will
what
still type, okay?
Okay. I'm sorry. I can hear you 3 times. It's really a duplicate. When the speaker is speaking, it's much better. But where you are, I think it's a lot of, I don't know how it's for the others, but I can't really guess. So until then, I'm sharing the screen again with the mentee. That's so if you can answer the mentee, please. This is the code, and so on. And we are now at this question. So hold on, I'll go like this. So it's about opportunities for open science and which are those for you? Please try to answer to this one, and then I'll also move to the next question, which is what challenges does open science pose? And if you can answer to this one also, and then maybe at the end to have a bit of discussion and so on. So these are the two questions, and then I'll, while you are answering to that and looking at that, I'll answer to Marta's question. Could AI represent a setback in the future regarding open science and open access? I don't think for open science and open access, because having access to tools which can make it easier to use big data and large sets of data will be just much more useful, in my opinion, for the openness of the whole systems. You need to figure out that open science is not only fair. I mean, you know what fair it is. Fair is a big part of it, but it's not only that. But being able, for example, to share the data and have access to a lot of data and then use AI to create new solutions, I think, in my opinion, will open new paths. Imagine this. We have a lot of data about climate change. Quite a lot of it coming from environmental sciences, theoretical also, but a lot of that data is closed. It's either in companies, either in research institutes, and everybody's keeping that data. If that data will be made available as open data, for example, or more open, then with the tools of AI, you can really do a lot of things. Now, for example, we developed an API, in fact, it was some years ago in the pandemic time, which was crawling the internet, the web, on trying to find open data related with COVID-19 and what is happening. And that was an AI tool, not a generative training. Everybody's thinking about AI only on generative pre-training tools, but it's not only that. It's a lot of other tools which are using artificial intelligence. And then with the use of that, we've been really able to create new information and new clouds and visualization on how COVID-19 is spreading, where is more important, what is happening in news and so on. So we just done it more or less as a student project, but it just showed to us that AI really have a lot of, opens more opportunities for open science. I'm not very sure about the open access, but certainly for open science. And imagine, for example, weather. Weather is the most, is predictive analysis, is the most used AI tool by everybody. The weather application in your phone for the last 10 years, at least, use a lot of artificial intelligence to be able to do that. So imagine being able to have that and have it more or less quite accurate now without AI will be really impossible. So I don't know if I'm answering to your call, but that's it. So okay. If you want to comment these the results, which I will move between the last two slides or something like that, it's up to you.
It's okay.
Okay, good.
I think we can move to our final panel that will present aspects of open science in projects funded by the same Horizon Europe call as projects Ent-r-e-Novators. Maybe we can call these broader projects of Ent-r-e-Novators. So we will start with Jan-Hendrik.Korber from Turku University of Applied Sciences to present WATERLINE project.
Maybe Katerina, you can inform Marcello that is not possible.
Yes, I think Marcello asked to present now, but there was also a switch, and maybe if Jan can also present quickly, please, then we can proceed.
I will do my very best.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Am I sharing in the right screen, or do you see my presenter mode now?
You are presenting, we are seeing the PowerPoint.
The full slide. Okay, perfect.
Not Jan.
Yeah,
Jan,
okay.
it's not yet on. If you switch screens, that's
Yep.
perfect now. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thanks a lot. Sorry for this hiccup, and apologize for my fellow speakers in this panel for jumping the line, but I have to leave a little bit earlier. Yeah, so after we had like really inspiring and great talks related to open science and education about the governance framework, even the ethics, the policy aspects, and also practical examples, I'm now giving a more general overview of the WATERLINE project, which, as said already, is a sister project to E³UDRES². So let me start with a very brief introduction to the project itself and the partnership. So the WATERLINE is funded by the same Widening Participation and Spreading Excellence call as the E³UDRES² project. And the primary purpose is to build capacities in water engineering related education, in fact. And the secondary aspect there is to also build partners' competences from widening countries to be more successful in the high-level European funding programs, such as Horizon. So our lead partner is Malta College of Arts, Science and Technology. Then we have three further universities from widening countries. That is Mendel University in Czech Republic, University of Nice in Serbia, and the E³UDRES² University from Turkey. And kind of as complementary or as partners from non-widening countries, we have the Norwegian University of Life Sciences, the University of Reggio Calabria in Italy, and the University of Exeter in the UK, and then us, Turku University of Applied Sciences from Finland. In addition to that, we have three partners more from the business or sector. So that is sites, H2O people, and the Accreditation Council for Entrepreneurial and Engaged Universities from Germany. In the project, we have four main objectives. So the first one is to sketch like a pan-European curriculum for education for a master program in water engineering. So that is purely a desktop study. So we are not aiming to actually implement this master program. So we are just setting the scene, creating a roadmap for later implementation, hopefully. And then we aim to develop virtual reality applications that can be used to teach different engineering related skills across European universities. So for each app, we have one laboratory infrastructure, and we try to replicate that and make it accessible to students from different countries using virtual reality. A little bit more later on that. And then, of course, as mentioned before, we aim to enhance the participants' capacities to build future international research, development, and innovation projects, and also education projects, and really shape a network of water-related organizations and education organizations that should form, ideally, then later on, a basis for a European Digital Water University Alliance. So there's a lot in these four main objectives. Let me break it down a little bit. So we have two main development lines that we are following in parallel. So the first one is the design of a joint study program. So, and what that entails is basically we are mapping the legal frameworks and regional requirements for a master program that exists in the different partner countries, which are not even all from the European Union. So we have partners that are outside the European Union. So you can think it's a quite complex task because there's such a variety of curricula designs, requirements to obtain credits, and so on in different countries. We are also designing student recruitment strategies. So how can we make such an international study program like attractive to students? How do we get them in? How do we convince a student from Southwest Finland to take courses or classes from Turkey, for instance, and show that there's really benefit to that. And we also try to involve like our local communities of practice, so actors from the research and education, but also from the public services and from the industry, by making them express their skilling needs. So what different needs we have in the different regions, and how could we possibly cater for those with a European study program. And then the second development line is the VR app development and the hosting platform development. And that starts off with selecting like what kind of laboratory facilities do we want to simulate in virtual reality, what systems, what hardware, software systems are we going to use. Then we have the whole game development process actually. And then not the least, the testing of the developed apps. Then let me give you a few words first about the layout of the Pan-European study program. So in essence, we are very well on the way with that one. So we have created a roadmap towards the implementation and creation of a common governance framework for an international program. And to do that, we have mapped out all the existing courses already at the partner universities. We have tried to identify what study offerings are already available through open university courses, for instance, or as free courses, so which are not just confined to students enrolled with a certain university. We have done the mapping of legal requirements, credit transferability, and all these things. Colleagues have tried to work with solving of copyright issues, and we have heard a lot about that today. So it's a very complex topic. We have set out a framework how to align curricula that exist at, well, starting with the 8 universities that are participating in the project. Identifies way how to share the costs for program development, for software development, and everything that goes into that. Yeah, so we have now our first project deliverables, which are from the project perspective, of course, always the most important ones, ready and accepted. And now we try to really capitalize on them and work towards a future implementation opportunity of this program. Then I would like to mention a few words about these virtual reality apps that we have identified. So we have 4 apps in total that are being developed by our partners from the widening countries. And we have 3 replications of existing laboratory environments. So there are 2 scenarios where we have a simulation of water distribution networks. So it's something like engineering students in the water sector have to learn. So what happens if you turn off one valve? What does it mean to the rest of the distribution network? And if you don't get the different pressure gradients right in your distribution network, so what are the consequences? So do pipes explode somewhere, or are people left without tap water and things like that? And then we have one dam break simulation. So our partner from Turkey have a like laboratory setup where they can simulate what happens if the dam of a large water reservoir is breaking actually. So, and depending on the water levels in the reservoir, like they can show what the consequences are for people living and for the environment on the other side of the dam. And then the 4th app deals with more with the simulation of natural environment and the simulation of different flood impacts on a coastal area. And it's designed to help students to grasp what happens with different drainage structures. So if one is digging out a channel or a ditch in a certain geometry, what is the impact on draining off floods, for instance, or what is the impact of different surface materials on water retention and things like that. And this is something that our colleagues in Czech Republic usually do in terms of a field work. They take their students out to the field and utilize the students' natural imaginativeness to imagine what happens if we have 1 meter of water coming here. So these kind of scenarios we have chosen for development, and then we got like on the way of least resistance perhaps, and choose Moodle as a platform to host all these apps, and a complementary like theory part, you know, that would provide the necessary background information for a potential app user to really use the app in a sensible way. So and basically the theory materials comprises like very traditional teaching materials, so text, slides, recorded lectures, you name it. And it's designed such that going through all the theory part, learning the basics basically takes maximum 2 hours. And then there will be instructions for the student how to use them, VR glasses and the app to kind of get a practical experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More or less 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yep, I will manage, hopefully. So there's a few bottlenecks we have identified. That's first of all, the teachers or researchers, they are usually not the app developers. So there's a kind of you know, it's really important to keep information flowing, and what is important from a pedagogical point of view. So like the apps don't need to be photorealistic, for instance, but they need to be able to transfer the knowledge like in a realistic way. So not to give the students like a wrong image what the realities are, or, you know, oversimplify things. What we also realize is that students still require the introduction of the staff to actually work with VR glasses. So they don't have their own ones. They have to come to our labs and they need to get instructions how to use them. And it's actually quite time consuming and in a way also expensive, actually, a way to to teach them using VR at the moment. The potential on the other side is that in the future, with improving the solutions, with technology prices coming down, there's a very good chance to actually teach larger groups of students who don't have always access to like lab infrastructure like this one, who are not able to attend classes on site, who are for what reason ever like confined to remote learning, for instance. And give students a possibility to kind of individualize their studies as well. So we are now at the phase that we are actually testing these apps. Like we are doing the first phase where we are just collecting feedback, mostly from professionals already, but basing about the quality and the usability of the apps. And then in autumn, we start a large test phase with about 150 students. And we let half of them train with a VR app and the other half actually train in a traditional laboratory environment. And then we use structured ability testing to collect feedback from them on their perceived learning. So we will not test them using an exam or something like that and to see whether one group performed better than the other, but we will just kind of collect kind of qualitative feedback on what learning strategy they actually perceived more useful for them. The lessons learned, I think, given the time constraints, I can skip them because I basically have mentioned them all already. So it's there's a great potential to VR in education, but there are also a lot of limitations still. And in terms of creating a really pan-European curriculum and study program, it's the same. There are a lot of opportunities, a lot of obstacles, but like this kind of a project that really sets the scene, I think is a really good way to get a step further there and internationalize study programs and allow for more diversity and inclusion in engineering sciences as well. That's it on my behalf. Thank you very much for having me, and sorry for taking a little bit too long time.
Thank you, Jan. I guess we will take some, if people that have some questions, I ask them to put it in the chat. And thank you for your availability to this workshop. And now we proceed with Michel Perello from She's founder and CEO at Consulta Europa, and she will present the EXPER project. Actually, Marcello, next presenter, has to switch, but Michelle has to catch a flight, so she cannot change. And so if Marcello has to leave, we just ask if he can send us the slides. So you can advance, Michelle, please.
Okay, you can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. I will be actually much shorter because yeah, I have to leave. Sorry for that. Many thanks for the invitation, for the interesting presentation. Mine will be a bit different in the sense that I would like to suggest a reflection on how open science practices can actually be a triggering element to foster development in specific territorial contexts like remote regions. To do that, I will present our EXPER project, which has been funded and as the previous one under the widening pillar of the Horizon Europe program, with the aim of raising the profile of two outermost regions university. One is the one in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria and Canary Islands, and the other one is the University of Azores in Portugal. And so the objective was to make these two universities excellent, more excellent, and increase their attractiveness both towards local and international talents. And this goes through a process which involves an institutional transformation and modernization of both university and an extensive set of capacity building activities for excellence, innovation, and knowledge transfer. So we have a consortium with basically Canary Islands representatives and Azores representatives. In both territories, we had not only the universities, but also representatives of the business sector and the business support sector, as it is for our case in Canary Islands, the Technological Institute of Canary Islands, the Society for Economic Promotion, while in Azores we had, for instance, Terinov accompanying the University of Azores. And then we had two, let's say, leading organizations or advanced organizations in Italy and in Germany, Calabria, the University of Calabria in Italy, and the University of Rostock in Germany, and a specialized technology transfer organization, which is ARNET from Germany. So the idea was that we could learn from those advanced organizations. And I just put here the picture of our work package so that you could see that actually for us, open science was encompassing the three let's say core work packages, which were about attracting and retaining talents, promoting excellent and responsible research, and supporting the cooperation with the business environment. So basically what we have done, we have been assessing our ecosystem. We've tried to identify the barriers that are somehow preventing us from unlocking our potential and increasing our excellence. And we have put in place a transformation process so that both university could be not only excellent and so more engaged in the European research area, but also could be at territorial level a driver for regional development and regional competitiveness in both our regions. Just to put you in context, Outer region suffer of a series of barriers which are linked to the remoteness, and in both cases for Canary Islands and Azores and insularity conditions. We have small size economy which prevent us to benefit from the economies of scale, and which also are an obstacle for attracting talents. We have an economy that is strongly dependent from the primary and the tertiary sector. So then in the case of Canary Islands, of course, from tourism, which represent an obstacle or a challenge in terms of education, employment opportunities, and of course, which make the general level of income much lower in our region than in the European average. And from the digital point of view, we can say that we experience kind of digital delay, both in terms of infrastructure, so broadband and diffusion of digital services, and also in terms of, let's say, poorer digital skills compare with the European average. So these are the barriers that we face in outermost regions and that our universities and research and innovation ecosystem phase. And what did we experience? We realized that open science could really be a triggering element that facilitate access to knowledge, of course, but also that foster and support collaborative research, which is something that in our university is probably less spread and less common than in European universities, which are much more used to collaborate also in the framework of European projects. Open science also trigger modernization and institutional transformation, and since our project gives a lot of importance to the relation and the role that university can have with the territorial, with the regional ecosystem, we can say that open science reinforces the accountability of our universities towards our societies. It strengthens the ethical and social dimension of the work that we do at the universities. And last but not least, it boosts efficiency, productivity, and performance of research work. So this is what we realized during the proposal development and during the implementation of the project. So I will not go through all the activities that we're doing, also because, again, I mean, after having listened to all your presentation, we confirm that we have still a lot of steps to do and to take to foster open science practices in our organizations. But what we have done is what I presented before. We have tried to integrate open science in all our work packages, so with specific trainings and skills development activities. And in this sense, we have trained, for instance, both the research community, but also the administrative and technical staff in our organizations, which was not so familiar with the open science practices. We have developed, of course, physical training and workshop, online trainings, and we have now an established open access week where we try to raise more awareness and build more capacities of the people at our organization. At institutional level, we have launched a modernization strategy, and we have included open science in our vision and mission document. There have been agreements signed with the ACS, Elsevier, Springer, Weiling. And last but not least, we have developed, the University of Las Palmas have developed an important tool, which is an open repository, Acceda-CRISP, which has been really an extensive work for the university, and also monitoring tool to be able to see what is the advancement in terms of open science publication. As a matter of fact, the fact that last year the Spanish Minister for Research has published the first Spain national strategy of open science has also supported this process. But what we have observed has been that participating in EU-funded projects for organizations as ours, so in our two outermost regions, has been really crucial in fostering and in assuming what is really the importance of open science and supporting the diffusion of open science practices. So to conclude, I wanted to convey this message about how open science, among any other, let's say, concept or framework, can really trigger the development in contexts like the one of outermost regions or other remote regions. I thank you very much for your attention. I am available if you have any questions by email. You can write me at my email address. I am really sorry I have to leave, but thanks once again for the invitation.
Thank you, Michelle. And so now we proceed with Irina Lungu from Gheorghe Asachi Technical University of Iasi and Marcello Costantini from D'Annunzio University of Chieti to present BI for E-project.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. together with Marcello here, we are going to introduce you to one of the most important tools in our project to fulfill several objectives. Probably the PowerPoint presentation with details will go to Marcello later on. Now I'm just saying some specific about the fact that boosting Ingenium for Excellence stands for a project where Ingenium Alliance that was funded later on built on their capacities for research, but also for institutional transformation. The widening countries with the respective universities belong to Romania and Bulgaria, while we stand for the Technical University in Iași, our colleagues from Bulgaria, Medical University of Sofia, and other 6 partners from Italy, Germany, France, and Spain, as well as from Sweden and Ireland. Marcello is going to introduce you to a tool that has the possibility to reach researchers from all partners universities and creates closer collaboration and durable connection in research projects, not only for the time of the project, but obviously for a longer term. Marcello, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, and I'm sorry for pushing with the timing, but yeah, that's life. So, as Irina already introduced the BI4E, I want to spend much words on that. What is important is that we are a big network. We have a big partnership, and that we know each other because we have been working on the BI4E project, on the grant application, and we have been working on the Ingenium grant application, but we don't have collaborations in terms of research. And you should consider that we have something more than 10,000 scholars, so between professors and researchers. So how do we know what the other professors are doing? So how can we boost research collaboration within the alliance? So we thought that we could use advantage of artificial intelligence to match research interest, and this is what we have done. We collaborate in several aspects, research, teaching, transmission, of course, but with this tool we are focusing on research collaboration. I don't know what my partners in Iași do, or I don't know what my partners in Oviedo do. So what's the best way to know what they are doing? It is impossible to think that I just go on PubMed and I type all the names of all the professors in Romania or in Oviedo. So we need a different tool. That was our reasoning when we conceived this platform that we call Connect. So what is Connect? So this is the interface. It's public available. If you Google, you can Google it. You find it. It's open. You don't need any login. So basically, it's artificial intelligence that uses natural language to match research interest. When does the platform? Where does the platform look for information? It uses Scopus database. So what we have done when we have developed the algorithm was to upload all the abstracts that were present on Scopus, that were available on Scopus of our network, of our professor. So what the platform does now, it has all the abstracts that are in Scopus, and using sentences, it looks for research interest. What is good about the platform is that as it uses artificial intelligence, it's not very intelligent, to be honest. So it pushes actually multidisciplinary collaboration, because if it finds a word like climate change can be applied many different, it can be used many different fields. So the output won't be only climate change for meteorologists, but also maybe for cognitive neuroscientists like me that are interested in the effect of climate change on mood. So actually, as it is not very intelligent, so it pushes multidisciplinary collaboration, and we are finding this tool very useful. How do we use it? We just type in, so it's not a search engine, as I already mentioned. It's not a search engine like Google, but it uses natural language to look for common interest in research based on the abstract that are available on Scopus. So you simply type in a text that you want to give. You can, if you want, you can just type keywords, but if you provide a context, the output of the search will be much more accurate. So I just typed in an abstract of an author, and what the platform give us is a list of researchers or professors that are within the partner universities and might be somehow interested in the kind of research that we do. So here, can you see the mouse? My mouse moving?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you have the name of the author, the affiliation of the author. In this case, is the University of Iași, George University of Iași in Romania. And here you have the ORCID. ORCID is, as you know, is another database. So if you click on the ORCID, you get all the papers that have been published by this author. And here you have the text that we input and highlighted. You see the words that have been used by the algorithm to do the research match. Then if you click on this arrow that you can see here, you see the abstract that the algorithm has selected to make the research match. So in this case, this is the abstract that the algorithm thinks that might be relevant when reading the test that we have input. So has been the platform useful so far? It takes a lot of time to do something like that. It took us almost 1 year with 3 informatics working full time on the project. So it's a very big effort, but it's worth doing it. So this were the period of time when we were developing the platform. So there were not many access on the platform, of course. But when we launched it, we can see that almost 2,000 researchers have entered the web page of the platform to look for research interest. Then when you find for your partner, you contact them, you don't need to search again. So the number of logins have decreased. So yes, we can say that so far the tool has been largely used. I mean, it's almost 25% of the professors. It's not a big number, but if you consider that there are no consolidated research lines within us, it's a great result. And as a proof that the platform has been very useful, in this our alliance has published a call for collaboration in research. Okay. And we told potential applicants, look, you can use Connect, the platform, to look for partners. And if you look at the number of applications that we have received from each partner university, you see that the number of applications that we have received from a partner university is directly related to the number of professors that have used the platform. So what's the take-home message? The more you use the platform, the higher is the probability to find partners within the alliance. And So this is a good way to boost research collaborations within the BI4E network. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcello. Okay, now if we let the questions to the end or to put in the chat, and we advance to the last but not the least, Pedro Antão from University Institute of Lisbon to present us In Cities project.
For some people is known, but the figures of the E³ are not. And I think it's important as relevant to show a little bit what is E³ has 14,000 students from all stages, from bachelor to PhDs, long learners. But one reference point in here is the 23.53% international students enrolled. This shows a huge amount of internationalization that we want even to increase even more this internationalization, and that's why this project and the other one that is connected with it makes all sense. Just to refer the 8 research units that is deal with social sciences, management, architecture, but also related to technology. Now, I will go very briefly within the main goals of In Cities. This is something that you can find online on the webpage. So I will just focus in here the points of transformation and modernization of partner universities and the connection with the city needs. So there is a specific link between what we are doing and what the ecosystem wants. And this is also reinforced in the third point of the surrounding ecosystems related with inclusive, sustainable, and resilient cities. And obviously this embeds everything which has to do with the building capacity and the strengthening of pathways of excellence of the integrated knowledge hubs, because the knowledge hubs reflects exactly these needs and these key points. Now, as a consortium, we are a small consortium because it's just 5 partners. The consortium is led by E³ as the University Gustave Eiffel from France, THQ from Germany, Zelina from Slovakia, and Lauria from Finland. So you see a wide span in terms of geographical distributions, but one key point that I would like to mention is the number of associated partners that we have in here. So you see here associated partners which are municipalities, like the Lisbon associated area, but you see also partners like Innova Autismo, so it has to do with autism, with social things, so it's a wide span. But a key partner that we have also in here is the University of Sherbrooke from Canada. So it doesn't focus only in associated partners within Europe, but we have also outside Europe. Now this is, In Cities became almost like the embryo for the University Pioneer Alliance, where you see the 5 members of In Cities extended with 5 more partners from Avans to Bern, University of Veneza, Huelva, and Thomas Bata from the Czech Republic. So it's way wider and it focused mainly in SDG 11. I didn't put in here the associated partners because they are almost or more than 100. So this shows the strength that these universities have with their ecosystem. Now, I will not go through the objectives because it would take too long. I just want to pinpoint 2 points in here. One has to do with the institute process and exactly this transfer of good practices between partners. A good example is the human resources strategy for researchers, the certification, which we are embedded or trying to get the knowledge of THQ because they are certified and we are learning with them. The objective is until the end of the project, and this is something that I didn't mention in the beginning, the project started in October 2022, and it will go until September 25. So we are halfway through, and this is something that we aim at the end of the project to have all universities certified on this accreditation. So this is a transfer of knowledge and good practices is the aim of the project. And the other is to create open and innovative education. So it fits completely in the objectives of this workshop. And I will show, or try to show a little bit of what we are doing in that perspective. Now, I will not go through too much on this, but just to highlight that in the time frame of the 3 years of the project, we are aiming just a bit. This is the core part of this, and the objective is to understand what are the strengths of each university and try to connect as much as possible the three big parts: research with education, education with innovation, innovation and with research. And on the basis of that, to lift up in terms of capacity building. Now, I will not go through, obviously, in the 7 hubs and the sub-thematics, but this is a process that internally we did with researchers from the 5 institutions on the hot topics related with these main topics in here: sustainable and resilient cities, digital transition, nature in the city, mobility, question urban transition, vulnerability, inclusion, health in the city, and energy in the city. And there were more than 100 subtopics that would be the hot topics or the hot topics in the following 5 years. So what we are doing now is creating a roadmap in terms of research, and then this will reflect obviously in education and the courses that we'll offer to our students and to the community. Now, the co-creation pathway, it's not a simple thing, it's a process. It's not easy to change just by changing. You need to understand what are the ideas, how do the ideas reflect then in reality, and then we start to make this joint production. Doesn't matter if it is in terms of research or if it is of pedagogy. And what we are going to highlight today is exactly this part of the pedagogical framework, is learning by developing pedagogical model. So what is this? This is a competence-based methodological model promoted by Laureate University. So we are talking about Finland, and we know very well how the Finnish universities and the education is in the cutting edge of education. And the basis of this LBD is on authentic workplace projects, research and partnership integrated. And this is the key part: education, RDI, and regional development. This is something that usually we forget, is the connection to the ecosystem and bringing the ecosystem already from the start within the courses and the courses development. So what they do is, in collaboration with the ecosystem partners, they develop courses in their curriculum since first year. So since the first year, students will use this LBD in which they are engaged from the community in challenges, real challenges posed by the community in their syllabus, and they have to solve it, obviously in connection with the teachers, in connection with the courses that they develop. Now, traditionally, we are usually in here, so we have one teacher and many students. On the research side, and just to highlight, because people don't see here, in the white axis, you see the creating the knowledge and development in the field, and here we have students learning. So when we have like traditional case of a problem like a thesis, in which is a problem solve oriented challenge, so to speak, then you have one teacher and you have members of staff, and the LBD brings along the working life representative. So this is part of the teaching process. So when a company, NGO, municipality puts himself a challenge, is part of the teaching process as well. So there is a key integration between the 3 parties: students, community, and students and teachers. So I will not go too much on the details of the benefits of the key aspects of the LBD model, but I will highlight authentic contexts. So we are not trying to create, and this is a challenge as always for researchers or for teachers, is to come up with the idea that fits the reality, and sometimes it doesn't fit the reality, is real context. Okay, so obviously there is a step in here, and you will see a little further, that is also a validation from the teachers if this fits the needs of the courses, and this has to be integrated all over, otherwise they will ask the moon, obviously. And obviously this will create, above all, this creative problem-solving thinking and approaches from the student side, but not only from the student side. So if you see the benefits from the student side, they will have real working life competences. So it's directed really with the needs of the market. On the other hand, they start to develop networks and contacts because they are all, since the beginning, when they start, connected with the reality. This is very good for them because they will have the opportunities of traineeships and thesis, because if the ecosystem knows them, if they know that they are good, the number of opportunities that they will have to integrate this company, NGO, whatever, it's much higher. And obviously this will increase the employment opportunities, but also for the partners. So the partners that are collaborating with the university and with the students will have new knowledge, because the idea is to provide a challenge, and they come with new ideas, and sometimes they come with very good ideas out of the box, even for us as researchers. Enhances innovativeness and new solutions, obviously to be connected with the university in certain countries, which is the case of Finland, it's seen as a good branding. And obviously they are directed with future employees. So there is almost like a pre-validation prior than they hire them. But from the university side, there are a lot of advantages. So teachers keeping updated with working life development, and sometimes this can be very, very, very challenging nowadays with the fast pace of many things. So you can be always updated in terms of the real needs of the market. You value networks because you have an ecosystem that can grow exponentially. And this is fundamental for nowadays universities, that is to find partners in the industry for funding projects. Now, how this works in cities, because obviously they have this framework, and we have two widening countries, Portugal and Slovakia, and how we are going to use this knowledge, this framework within cities. So just finished now BIP in Slovakia. So the way that or the roadmap that we took in order to incorporate this LBD, because it's not easy, because we have to go to approach the teachers in advance to explain the process, and then they have to ask the ecosystem, which in this case is the in-cities associated partners, for authentic real-life challenges. And sometimes even for the associated partners, it's not easy for them to give realistic time-framed challenges that can be addressed by students. Then this is reviewed by real-life assignments with the unit course instructors in order to adapt the pedagogical material. So you see that there is a process in here of continuous adapting the material depending on the challenges that is posed. And once this is validated, then is designed the material in collaboration with local experts and with the instructors. So we have two BIPs running, one just finished in Indonesia and the other will be in E3, that will run from October to January next year, and entitled Cities Futures Interdisciplinary Challenges. And this is the real life challenges that our associated partners, some of them are there, that already provided us. So evaluating data of train and big data usage, transport data sensing, or promotion industry of autistic persons and neurodiversity. So you are seeing here not only technology-based challenges, but also social related challenges. So, and we are going to perform an hackathon in order to uplift and, to create this connection between the students and the ecosystem. So this was just a brief overview of what we are doing at the moment. If you have any questions, please check our website, drop a message on this email. We are more than happy to answer any questions or collaborations that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro.
Okay, so I can close the workshop. Thank you very much for participating in this workshop. I hope that the workshop was useful for you. Sorry for the delay, maybe do the technical problems at the beginning. We will send you the participation certificates by email, and please keep informed about the project, visiting our website, following us on social media. Thank you very much, and have a nice weekend. Thank you.